seats. Okay, the time is currently 9 a.m. and it is Tuesday, August 27th, and we are here at the Doña County Board of Commissioners Chambers. To start off today, we are going to go ahead and bring up Captain Timothy Simmeroth from the Salvation Army. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for this honor of giving the invocation here this morning before the Doña Area County Commissioners meeting. Will you bow your heads as I pray? God of all creation, we come before you today to give you honor and glory. You are worthy of all praise. You are the source of all that is good. You are the source of all our blessings. Thank you for every gift that we have been given. We thank you for the opportunity to come and gather together this day. We ask for your hand of blessing on this meeting. We ask that you would guide and direct this meeting so that it is full of wisdom, productivity, and respect for one another. Thank you for helping this commission to accomplish their work and God's this day. Amen.
Okay, next is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to stand, please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we do have determination of quorum. Brandy, if you'll roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Murillo?
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Here, we do have quorum. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the Board of County Finance in open session. Any changes to the agenda, Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Chair, just to let everybody know, there are some people here who are for a planning and zoning case that is near the end of the agenda. Some of those individuals did ask for it to be moved up, but I think due to the fact that we've already published it and some other parties may be expecting it in the place that it's at on the agenda, I think we need to leave it where it is, but I did want to make sure the chair was aware of that.
Okay, thank you. That works for me. Any other changes? No? Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. We do have items number 1 through 17 on the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. Do we have a motion?
So move.
We have
Vice
a
Chair
motion.
Murillo.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo. I'll go ahead and second from Chair Shaljo Hernandez. Any discussion on any of the consent agenda items today? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call vote the commission, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
I think Commissioner Sanchez has joined us on WebEx.
I think you may be.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. Let the record state that Commissioner Sanchez joined us at 9:04 a.m. Okay, Brandy, go ahead, sorry.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries and items 1 through 17 are approved. Brandy?
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Item number 2, resolution number 2024-98. Item number 3, resolution number 2024-99. Item number 5, 2024-100 and 2024-101. Item number 13, 2024-103. Item number 14, resolution number 2024-14. Item number 15, resolution number 2024 2024-105. Item 16, resolution number 2024-06. Item number 17, resolution numbers 2024-107 and 2024-108.
Thank you, Brandy. Next up, we do have our pet showcase, which we have our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez, for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our cat of the week is Lyra, a 4-year domestic short hair female who says, "I'm a bit shy, but that doesn't mean I don't want a loving home. I like my own space and appreciate quiet moments. You won't find me causing a ruckus. I'm more the type to find a cozy corner and watch the world go by. But don't mistake my independence for aloofness. I'm just taking my time to get to know you, and when I do, I promise to be a loyal and comforting companion." And our dog of the week is Sally, a 1-year-old large mix female who says, "I've been at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley for almost a year now. I've adjusted to the boisterous kennel life just fine, but I'm always wishing for an easygoing forever home instead. I enjoy my playtime in play groups with the other dogs, but I can be a little particular when it comes to long-term dog roommates. I'd like to meet any candidates before sealing the deal." And we do have Clear the Shelter adoptions going on August 10th through September 10th, where all adoptions are only $50. And there is offsite adoption at Little Toad Creek on Saturday, August 31st from 11:30 to 2:30 p.m. And those are our pets of the week.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Gonna give him a second to beat me down there. Next up, we do have employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez, to help us introduce everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have Lieutenant Peter Skowronski join us. Come on up. Yeah. The major Get Major Day to come up and do the official presentation while I read. We're a little tight for some reason today here. So Lieutenant Skowronski joined the Doña County Sheriff's Office in May of 2009 as a cadet and was assigned to the Patrol Division. He was promoted to Sergeant in 2019 and transferred to the Judicial Services Division in 2020. He achieved the rank of lieutenant in September of 2021 and has made invaluable contributions to the team over the years. His exceptional interpersonal skills make a meaningful impact, along with his ability to anticipate the division's needs, and he is well known for his friendly nature and knack for engaging conversation. His supervisor, Captain Jared Houston, said Lieutenant Skowronski is truly a remarkable individual known for his larger-than-life personality. He is a man who has his priorities in order. His family comes first. He knows how to make the most of his time off, whether he's on a cruise or scuba diving in some exotic locale. We're fortunate to have him in our ranks and look forward to many more years of his service and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking Lieutenant Skowronski for his committed, friendly service to the residents of Doña County and his colleagues, and congratulate him on his 15th work anniversary. And can Chris Garcia join us? Come on up. Chris Garcia joined Doña County in August of 2004 as a transcriptionist in the Sheriff's Office. She was promoted to document technician in September of 2018 And in this role, she scans and uploads digital copies of anything from a driving while intoxicated document, arrests, or crash reports to law enforcement record management systems and alfresco. She then files the printed documents as required. She's a proud member of the Dasso family and enjoys working with the team. After work, she enjoys spending time with friends and family, cooking out, four-wheeling, and enjoying life as much as she can. Her favorite thing to do is wear high heels? Is that true, or is somebody pranking you? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking Chris for 20 years of committed service to the residents of Doña County and congratulate her on her anniversary. And if we can have Liliana Ordonez come on up. And Jamie, can you? Liliana Ordonez also joined Doña County in August of 2004, but she went to the Health and Human Services Department as a switchboard operator. She was promoted to document technician in 2010 and to her current role of secretary in 2015. In this role, Liliana answers continuously incoming calls from the public, other agencies, or internally, as well as other departments. She makes sure callers are transferred to the appropriate contact, and she is known for being the most helpful person in her department and at the community centers. She enjoys helping colleagues anytime they need help, especially with winter celebrations. And it's finally feeling like we're going to get there this year. She is proud to work in the HHS department and enjoys helping people and the county staff alike. At home, she loves plants and is known as Plant Lady with a green thumb. She is giving and enjoys shopping with her 4 daughters, eating out, and spending the weekend with them. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the commission in thanking Liliana for 20 years of committed service to the residents of Doña County and congratulating her on her 20th anniversary. Quick little tidbit while they get ready for the photo. Jamie just indicated the department's only 22 years old. So Liliana has been there almost the entire time.
Wonderful, and congratulations to everyone. Next up, we do have our proclamations where we bring individuals up. Do we have anyone here this morning for the Hatch Chili Festival proclamation? Wonderful. Okay. Do we have a motion and a second on this?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro,
Second.
a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez, did you want to take it away or do you want me to do it for you? I know that
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, of course. I have them right here. Well, good morning, and it's time to start planning to attend the 52nd Hatch Chili Festival. We want to invite everyone to try every dish on the menu, come up with new recipes, and take existing ones to new levels. Has everyone tried the Hatch Green Chili wine? It's a good question. The festival is well organized and lots of fun. This year, they will feature musical guests and entertainment in one stage, while magician Jamie O'Hara will MC in a second stage, hosting the chili eating, watermelon eating, and chili queen contests. The festival starts at 9 a.m. Saturday morning with townwide parade and features tasty food, lively music, more than 70 vendors, and loads of fun and games for everyone. Parking is $10 and public transportation is available to points of interest in town. You'll need walking shoes, sunscreen, water to see it all. Be safe, stay hydrated, and pick up all the chili you can carry. We are honored to have members of our village and our Hatch Mayor, Dennis Torres, with us to accept the proclamation and tell us more about the Hatch Chili Festival. Come on up.
By the way, Mr. Chair, I have tried the green chili wine, and I highly recommend it, by the way. I still have a bottle on my wall.
There you go. We've tried the green chili wine. But welcome, and if you'd like to say a few things on the festival, we would love to hear it.
I'd like to thank the board for having us here and recognizing the Village of Hatch for the Hatch Chili Festival. We look forward to having all of you at our chili festival. We have a lot of entertainment, a lot of chili to be eaten, and a lot of prizes that we can. Would you like to say something?
Hello, I'm Bernadette Hogan Acosta with the Hatch Chili Festival. Just a clarification, we are not charging for parking, so it's all free.
There you go, free.
Free, everything
We
is
love
free.
free.
We have the vendor area at the high school, Pecan Orchard, and then we'll have various booths and stuff around town. We have a great entertainment lined up. We have a great new contest saying Find the Rock. And we have rocks painted for the state of New Mexico, Hatch, and all our businesses. And we hope to see everybody out there. And I'm wearing my official swag, so if anybody wants a t-shirt, we do have those as well.
Bernadette is organizing, and she's also the chair of the Hatch Chili Festival, and she's doing a great job with all her people that are helping her. And she gets all the credit for this.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, Bernadette, are you going to be making your wonderful cakes this year?
Not till December. I have jellies for the chili festival.
I'm awaiting those wonderful cakes.
Okay, I'll text you.
Wonderful. If we can get our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez, to read the proclamation for us.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. If I can, though, real quickly, there has been a lot of buzz nationally about Hatch Chili this week. Some major authors, major chefs, and they're all talking about what makes Hatch Chili special. Is it the soil? Is it the amount of rainfall being just perfect? And I insist it's the people that are involved in growing it and making products.
Our crops are great this year.
Can I
Good to
mention
hear.
something real quick? Speaking or nationally, but we also are known internationally. We have a German film crew coming in this weekend to do a documentary on the Hatch Chili Festival.
Oh, wow.
So we're also reaching international levels.
So this is a chance for people to be international stars in the background.
That's right.
Correct.
So, Mr. Chair, the proclamation reads, whereas the Village of Hatch is eagerly preparing to host its 52nd Hatch Chili Festival, an annual harvest event that has grown into a world-famous celebration that coincides with Labor Day weekend, Saturday, August 31st, through Sunday, September 1st. And whereas, known as the world's chili capital, Hatch is expected to draw more than 40,000 visitors from around the world. When they arrive, they will savor a wide variety of delicacies based upon, paired with, or garnished with green chili, while being surrounded with the irresistible scent of roasting chili, the nation's first official state aroma. And whereas, while attracting tens of thousands of visitors and having a significant economic impact on the region, this festival's core appeal is its community roots and the people who make it all come to fruition. And whereas the festival was established in 1971 when a small group of local growers gathered to roast chili for their neighbors and the community's consumption in mid-harvest season, it is known throughout the country and the world as it features the best tasting chili. And whereas we encourage anyone who likes to have fun, enjoys festivals, or cares about their taste buds, not missing out on these unique flavors, to visit the Hatch Valley and enjoy the many attractions this region offers. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the last weekend of August as Hatch Chili Festival Weekend, proudly proclaimed this 27th day of August, 2024. A proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I'd like to say to our German constituents that the Hatch chili schmeckt gut. Ja, es ist wunderbar.
Wonderful.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
think so. Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
thank you. Mayor Torres and Bernadette, thank you so much for coming to the meeting today to accept the proclamation. We appreciate everything, the village of Hatch and everyone in the Hatch Valley. I think I would argue with almost anybody that this is the signature event of Doña County. I happen to be out of state today and this week, and it's interesting because even here, they have the chili roasters out, and Hatch chili is a huge, is a big thing here. I've seen it as far away as Georgia. So the reach of the chile that's grown in the Hatch Valley, without a doubt, is I know nationwide, and as mentioned, I think worldwide, and it's just so exciting. I'm so proud that this is one of the key and signature products of Doña County, and appreciate the festival for all it does to bring in people into the village, into Doña County, and to highlight the Chile. So thank you all for all that you do. Thank you for organizing this event and continuing to highlight the Chile. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments, board? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations on your proclamation.
Thank you.
Sure, come on up. We're going to make you travel today. Okay, next up we have item number 19 under proclamations, which is to proclaim September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Doña County. And we have Commissioner Chaparro to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is
Do we
Ms.
have a motion for?
So moved.
So moved. We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Take it away.
Is Miss Erica Kelly present? If you'd come up to the podium, please, Miss Kelly. Of course. All three rows. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, September was designated Childhood Cancer Awareness Month by the American Childhood Cancer Organization over 50 years ago. Today, we'd like to increase awareness about this devastating disease, especially because it affects children. Children who have cancer need blood donations, tests, treatments, and much more to help them fight this disease. The mission of the South New Mexico Families Fighting Childhood Cancer is to help kids throughout the region and their families. They also raise funds for research at the University of New Mexico Hospital. This group hosts local blood drives, raise awareness, and partners with the city of Las Cruces, the Las Cruces Public Schools, and the Las Cruces Police and Fire Departments. We have Miss Erica Kelly and this wonderful group of volunteers who are active members of this group and are here today, receive the proclamation and tell us more about their efforts. I'd like to welcome you all. I know this is difficult for you to be here, but I think it's a necessary thing what you do, and it is a wonderful thing that you do. So from my heart, thank you so much for being here. I know it's hard, but we need to raise more awareness on this, and I know you're working throughout the community, so thank you so very, very much. Ms. Kelly, if you'd like to speak, and if anybody else would like to speak, we welcome you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Erica Kelly. I am a member of this incredible special group of families called Southern New Mexico Families Fighting Childhood Cancer. We are very honored to be here today and thankful our kids are receiving recognition for their fight. Like everyone here, I heard those terrible words that my kid has cancer. A few of my friends already had lived this journey. Unfortunately, childhood cancer is not rare, but you don't really understand it until you live it. You don't understand the havoc it causes in your life. Every aspect is affected. Because of these mamas and the bond we created, a devastating moment turned into a moment that changed the community's outlook on childhood cancer. We are passionate to raise awareness, host community events such as blood drives, put up educational booths. We have a whole Gold Out week LCPS has scheduled, and eventually we would like to sponsor research efforts. Did you know that in southern New Mexico there are currently 10 kids fighting cancer? Most treatments last 2 to 3 years, and then the kiddo is monitored well into their adulthood because the side effects of treatment can be very harsh. Our organization is ready to spread the word about childhood cancer awareness. We are honored that today you are supporting our efforts and recognizing September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. There is so much work to be done, but we will celebrate the major strides we've made so far. One more thing, my son was gonna be here today. My son is named Silas. Sorry. He is 6 years old and he's at school today. And I will say it is an amazing privilege for your child to be at school while they're in treatment. I'm happy to announce that after 800 days, which is 26 months in treatment, he'll be ringing the bell next month. He beat leukemia. He is a constant reminder of how precious life is, and we can fight to make things better for our kids. Thank you so much for this today. I will say we put together a collage of our kiddos. These are not all of them, but just those that we are aware of and our families that are involved in this organization. And as you could see, there are so many kids in this community that are affected. And I would like to ask my friend Monique here if she wanted to just share some of the amazing things we're doing next month.
Hi there. As Erica mentioned, childhood cancer is not rare, but what we see that is rare is families that are not personally touched getting involved. And so one of the things that we really have strived to do is create that awareness so that people know, so that especially the Las Cruces Public Schools helping us out by having Gold Out Week is really helping us a lot, because what you don't realize is what happens to the body. Kids gain weight, they get made fun of, they really have a hard time in school. So you're already battling a life-threatening illness, and then on top of that, you have kids that are treating you horribly. So that's one of the things that we're really hoping to help out, is how kids that are battling cancer are treated. And so we have a lot of events coming up for people to get involved. This is our first, so thank you so much for kicking us off before the month even gets started by having this proclamation. Las Cruces Public Schools will have their Gold Out September 3rd through 6th. We will have a Gold Out game September 6th. It's the Mayfield High School against the Oregon Mountain at Field of Dreams. On September 13th, City Hall will be lighting up gold, and we will have some music and just some time to reflect. On September 14th, we're having a childhood cancer awareness cheer camp, and we'll be having the girls, well, not even just the girls, we'll just have all of the performers out there cheering at the NMSE volleyball game on that day. On September 21st, we will have an awareness campaign as well as a blood drive at the farmers market. What a lot of people don't realize is the connection between blood donation and cancer. Most of these kiddos are receiving blood to help them in their fight. And then we're ending the month with a whole cornhole tournament at the Icebox Brewery on September 28th. And so we're still needing teams for that. So we invite everyone to join us at any of these events. So we hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm a mother of a daughter that lost her battle to cancer. When we were going through treatment, we were told there was no cure. So it's very much an honor that you are here supporting our group, because when we were fighting, we didn't have any support. There was no one for us to go to, and to bring that to children here in Las Cruces has been so important, because no one knows the things that can be there for them to help them when it comes to transportation, food, even to help them get treatment. So to me, this is very important, and I thank and love this group that we were able to do this, and I thank you all for honoring childhood cancer this month.
Anyone else that would like to say something? Mr. Chair, when we get ready to read after the proclamation, if I might ask that the whole group come up and not only the proclamation is presented, but the photo of the children as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proclamation reads, whereas we highlight Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in September to support the brave children who are currently battling cancer and their families while honoring those who lost their lives to the devastating disease. And whereas raising awareness about childhood cancer and the importance of early detection can lead to improved outcomes and a brighter future for affected children, one way this commission will help increase awareness is by going gold, lighting up the government center in gold lights, showing our support for families fighting childhood cancer. And whereas, despite research and progress, cancer continues to be the leading cause of death by disease among children. That is why further research remains critical, and raising awareness helps people learn more about the disease, where to find support, and how to help. And whereas the impact of childhood cancer extends beyond the child to their families, friends, and the entire community. Groups like Southern New Mexico Families Fighting Childhood Cancer help bring awareness about childhood cancer to raise funds for research, increase access, and help improve both treatment and care. And whereas we recognize the dedicated healthcare professionals, researchers, and organizations who work to find a cure, provide treatment, and improve the quality of life for child patients, now therefore the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, proudly proclaimed this 27th day of August 2024, a proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Any other commissioners? None. Brandy.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. If you guys want to join us up here for
So, somebody watch out on the back. It's got a little.
Oh, okay.
Thank you all. You all come on up to the chair.
Oh, it's right there. Yes, ma'am. Oh. That doesn't give me anxiety or anything.
Everybody keep your eyes open. Thank you.
Got it? Thank you, I appreciate it.
We can keep the monitors lowered down for the next one too, just in case.
Can't cancel them once you press them. I'm gonna break them one of these days.
Just don't stick your finger in there.
Next up, we do have a resolution number 20, which is to recognize the New Mexico Bonitas football team for its historic representation of a women's tackle football team. And we have Commissioner Reynolds. Do we have a motion? So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Chapato. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Yeah, actually, the team, you guys, you all can come on up if you'd like. If you don't mind standing for a couple minutes, it won't take long. Now, come on up. Don't be shy. Can't imagine you be shy as much as you knock people around. Okay, the state's women tackle football team is based in Las Cruces, and we want to highlight this powerhouse of a team. They just placed second in the national championship, and we are so proud of their many accomplishments. They actually won the Pacific Conference the last 2 years, okay, and beat number one team, Mile High something. Ladies. Anyway, with such a success as a team, it's not surprise that many of the players were also named All-American team. First team, Waishana Brooks, running back, and Shannon Del Roseville, did I say that correctly, as linebacker. Second team is Lupe Diaz, quarterback, Gabby Lilly, defensive tackle, Veronica Flores, defensive end, Gloria Hernandez, linebacker, Ashlyn Jones, safety, Merlinda Bennett, offensive line. And third team, Ruby Cherez, linebacker. Join us to receive the proclamation is the general manager, head coach, Jamar Cotton. And we welcome you all. Would like to say something, Mr. Cotton?
Good morning, everybody on the side of our voice. Thank you for allowing us to be here, and I recognize the hard work that these ladies have put in. The Mexico Bonitas have been a team here in Las Cruces for the past 2 years with the honor and pleasure of representing New Mexico on a state level, regional level, conference level, and second national 2 years in a row. As we go into our third year, aiming for number one in the nation, we want to thank everybody for their support, family, friends, local media, that have been by our side from the start to finish. Without you all, it'd be impossible to do what we do. Behind me, you see just a portion of the team that ladies, EMS workers, military, teachers, moms, so many different areas doing so many different things within the community besides just suiting up and giving everything they have on the field. We also have with us one of our coaches, Coach Trey, who also dedicated his time to these ladies day in and day out to make sure the ladies have what they need for us to be successful. We've been making history the last 2 years, and we are the first New Mexico team to host 2 playoffs in the state of New Mexico for women's football. Women's football has been here for over 10 years. We're the first team to do so, winning all 4 in the last 2 years and representing the state of New Mexico in such fashion. We are the only women's team in the last 10 years in New Mexico to be undefeated at home. We have yet to lose a game at home, representing the best way possible. We are here as a community. It's not just about what we do on the field, but we are embodied by our community, making sure that we can make a difference each and every day. A lot of these women go out and dedicate community hours and service to the community to make sure that we are also implemented within the community in which we live in and work in. And I just want to acknowledge these ladies and coaches and those who are not here for their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Cotton, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, for the group. Okay, you all are currently in season right now. Are you done with your season?
We just finished the season a couple weeks ago.
Okay, and so where do you play generally?
So for the past 2 years, we have been playing our home games in Cloudcroft. Field of Dreams had welcomed us back this year, so we were able to play a game back in Cruces this year for the first time in 2 years at the Field of Dreams. So we will be back in Cruces for home games as well as Cloudcroft.
I heard a rumor that the New Mexico State football team wouldn't scrimmage with you guys because they were glad your season was already over. They were afraid they would lose. Is that a rumor or is that fact?
That's just a rumor. That's just a rumor.
Okay. Thank you, ladies, for coming up. Anybody else want to say anything before we read the proclamation? And congratulations.
I just have one more statistic. So, we are the second team in WFA history to make it back-to-back national championship. So, and the WFA is full of 60-plus teams. So, just another bit of historic New Mexico data.
And just real quick, in reference to some of the highlights that you was acknowledging earlier. So we are Division III. The WFA consists of Developmental, Division III, Division II, and Division I. Division I is a pro league. So our goal is to be in the pro league. We are the first New Mexico team to beat a pro team, and that was last year when we beat Mile High Blaze. They were the defending national champions.
Yeah, and you guys beat them, pro team. Are you looking at getting to Division II next year?
Yes, that's the plan, to win a national championship and move up to Division II. We are currently recruiting, and we are open for athletes from all walks. So if anybody is interested in playing women's football, they can follow us on social media, Mexico Bonitas, and our website at nmbonitas.com.
Thank you very much.
Can I say one more thing? Sorry, I'm going to follow up. We are recruiting, but we are also looking for sponsors because we, as the women on the team, have to pay to play football, and it's very expensive. So if anyone is interested, listening, watching, in sponsoring the best New Mexico women's tackle football team, contact Coach Cotton.
Do you have any fundraisers scheduled or anything like that, events, off-season to raise funds?
Not right now. We just finished off season, so we're putting our agenda together for the off season. And then we'd also like to thank all our sponsors that supported us during the season.
You should have a autograph signing event downtown Plaza.
Let's do it.
Bring in all the young ladies around here that are interested in getting some autographs and pictures with you.
I love the idea.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, if you'll read the proclamation for us.
The proclamation reads, whereas women have been playing organized tackle football in the U.S. for more than 40 years, and it's home to many elite athletes, including national team members and NCAA Division I stars, And whereas the New Mexico Bonitas became the first professional women's tackle football team in Division III of the Women's Football Alliance, WFA, to host and win the Pacific Region Championship and the American Conference Championship, both in July 2023 and July 2024. They appeared in the national championship both in 2023 and 24 and defeated Division I Pro Team, the defending national champions Mile High Blaze in 2023. And whereas currently ranked number 2 in the WFA Division III and from a pool of more than 2,500 players, there were 9 extraordinary Bonitas named the very best in women's football, All-Americans, with team members Anissa Aguirre, Rachel Barella, Mariah Bartlett, Merlinda Bennett, Azucena Boranda, Waishana Brooks, Jasmine Ceniceros, Melissa Cervantes, Ruby Chidas, Brianna Chavez, Ty Corley, Gabriel Cotton, Ashley Courier, Guadalupe Diaz, Veronica Flores, Michelle Gabaldon, Bernina Gary, Gloria Hernandez, Ashlyn Jones, Gabriel Lilly, Rhonda Lovato, Jessica Magallanes, Mia Melchor, Yadira Pacheco, Tatiana Panel, Cindy Pitts, Joanne Pizarro, Mia Powell, Andrea Romero, Shannon Della Roseville, Soraya Salas, Francesca Sandoval, Tiala Tagaloa, Lauren Thyman, Alyssa Verdura, and head coach Jamar Cotton, defensive coordinator Trey Bennett, special teams coach Jessica Segura, lineman coach Anger Torres, and community relations Heather Koyawana Lilly. Whereas we congratulate and commend each of the Bonitas players for their athletic achievement and contribution to women's football. Your commitment to excellence shows, and we cheer you on as you continue to thrive in this challenging sport. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 27th day of August as New Mexico Bonitas Day, proudly proclaimed August 27th, 2024. A proclamation for the board's consideration.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any other board comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations on your proclamation. I actually don't know.
He does everything.
We should probably start. Congratulations. I'll pile around. I'm gonna go on this side.
If I were younger, maybe.
Susie, you could totally do this.
No, my knees would not. Plus, I tend to bite people. I do.
I'm not gonna go there.
Don't attack me.
Jamila. You guys have taken pictures before, haven't you?
Right?
Thank you.
Wonderful, and congratulations to everyone on the proclamations today. Moving on, we do have public input. If any member of the public is here to address the commission, you are allowed to do so. If you'll please come up and sign the white book to your left. If you are here to talk on any agenda item, including the P&Z appeal case, if you will please wait until that time to speak. So if there's any other agenda item that you are here to speak on, if you'll please wait. And you will have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I quote James Madison, the principal author of the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Madison addresses the issue of hiring chaplains for the U.S. Congress. This issue is similar to the controversy over prayer at these council meetings. Madison poses the question, I quote, "Is the appointment of chaplains to the two houses of Congress consistent with the Constitution and with the pure principle of religious freedom?" In strictness, the answer on both points must be in the negative. The Constitution of the U.S. forbids everything like an establishment of a national religion. Again, the Constitution of the U.S. forbids everything like an establishment of a national religion, end quote. This quote from Madison proves that the tradition of hiring chaplains and other attempts to assert religion into our government was not without controversy, and in the eyes of the principal author of the First Amendment, unconstitutional. One may not agree with Madison, the author of the Bill of Rights, and his interpretation of the phrase, "Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion." One may dispute his understandings of religious freedom and the separation of church and state. But to assert that Madison's application of the First Amendment is without merit in opposition to Madison's aversion to the establishment of religion by the U.S. government is a, quote, "no-brainer," is a very bold and unfounded assertion indeed. The argument against Madison's position is that religious tradition should outweigh the Constitution. Jefferson and Madison opposed that position. The New Mexico Constitution, Article 2, Section 11, does so as well. As far as I have been able to determine, the practice of prayer in these proceedings has not been constant, and the inclusion of prayer is a relatively recent development. The commission that chose to establish prayer in these proceedings must have had a very little knowledge or very low opinion of Jefferson and Madison. And they seem to have had thought that conformity to the state and federal constitution was optional. Your oath of office affirms that we will be better governed according to the law and constitution than according to religious opinions and tradition. It's time to end the inclusion of religious rituals, including prayer, in these proceedings. Thank you.
I'm William Bierman. On August 18th, I urged you to arrange for an emergency audit of the County Clerk's Bureau of Elections because of concerns over the accuracy of voter registration records. I said that in an August 2018 election, 8,656 of 60,500 ballots came back as undeliverable, according to the Sun News. Of those actually delivered, one resident reported receiving a dozen ballots at her home. I sent you all an email with my statement as well as some other documents, and I sent a copy to the county clerk. No one has responded to me. The county clerk failed to respond to questions about how many pieces of mail have come back undeliverable from this year's mass mailings. The commissioners not only certify elections, but also fund the county clerk's budget with millions of taxpayers' money. From 2023 to 2024, you increased that budget by almost $900,000. Meanwhile, I ran across an article entitled Biased Gatekeepers, Election Interference from New Mexico's Election Officials. The article was published by Stanza News, and the names of Secretary of State Maggie Toolhouse Oliver and Amanda Askin were mentioned, among others. Because of your arbitrary 3-minute time limit, I don't have time to go into details. But confidence in the integrity of elections in Doña Ana County is being undermined. Action by you is needed. Are there any questions or comments? Maybe you'll respond to my emails.
Hello, Commission. I am Susan Greenwald Cabello. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Las Cruces Partnership. I haven't been here for a while, so I want to start off by saying thank you so much for your internship program. We had 3 interns. It started out as 2, turned into 3. They spoke at City Council during public comment, and I really think it was a life-changing moment for them. So thank you for that experience for them and for me. It was great spending a summer with some young people. Other than that, guys, things are going really well downtown. That's why I'm here. Smoky Sensations is a new barbecue place. It opened this week. Chachi's is coming downtown. We're coming into this great bad problem of just not having enough space to recruit new businesses. That said, really trying to focus on supporting our businesses downtown and in the county as well. We're teaming up with Film Las Cruces to get all of our businesses on the film production vendor list, which means when a film comes to town and they need to source something, they will use that list, whether for catering, for makeup, for a car, anything that you can think of as their place to find it locally. As I've said many times, it's kind of a joke, it's kind of not. You miss all the shots you don't take. I think film production might never call a business, but it's such a great thing to be on that list, right? So we are doing a Zoom webinar on Thursday, September the 5th from 5:30 to 6:30. There's an Eventbrite ticket. That ticket is free. It just reserves your spot. You can get a ticket going to our website, downtownlascruces.org, or on any of our social media. My email is director@dlcp.org if anyone has any questions or has any trouble getting on that call. We will also record the call. That's why we're doing it on Zoom, and we're going to put that on our website as well. But I think being there and being able to ask questions is going to be really valuable. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all of your support of downtown.
Mark Veith, District 1. Update on my electric vehicle. Because of my solar panels, I'm at 3,200 miles and I've only spent $30 on electricity. I replaced a 40 mile per gallon Ford Focus with that pickup truck, and I would say get a pickup truck because it's more economical and you could do a lot more with it. But I also point out that I use the solar panels, and I'm there during the day to do that because I'm retired. So, truth and lies. I handed you guys a sheet that shows high temperatures in the United States. And we keep hearing on the radio, at least I do, unprecedented weather, unprecedented weather, unprecedented weather. On there are 22 states that the high temperatures have not been touched yet. I did send a digital copy to Mr. Lopez, so if anybody wants that, he could send it forward. 22 states that still, from the 1930s, have high temperatures. So we're told that our climate change right now is a man-made problem. The Bible says it's not man-made, it's man-caused. So I want you to consider this. The prophets told Israel war, pestilence, and famine would come on them if they stopped following God. So in 1929, after the Roaring Twenties, a serious age of decadency in the United States, the stock market fell. We had 10 years of the Great Depression. You can see what happened with the temperatures. We had a severe drought and the Dust Bowl when a lot of really good farmland in the Middle West was destroyed because the winds and the dryness blew all the topsoil away. During the 30s, the pestilence, you had Pretty Boy Floyd, Al Capone, John Dillinger, Bonnie and Clyde, Babyface Nelson, Machine Gun Kelly, and the Baker gang. So follow that. Germany starts, and the Japanese in the late 30s start their move, and we go into World War II. So you've got climate change, the Dust Bowl, you got pestilence, all kinds of gangs, and you've got your war, which was World War II. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Simmons, District 1 as well. Didn't have anything particularly planned, but a couple things come up. Organization of constitutionality. We have the preamble to the New Mexico State Constitution. It sets the tone for the rest of the document. It also sets the authority of the document. So if you're looking for ultimate law, at least as New Mexico or the U.S. Constitution go, you can look to the preamble. And I've mentioned it before that many of the state preambles have mention of God and other things to address Jim's concerns. In particular for New Mexico, it's we, the people of New Mexico, grateful to Almighty God for the blessings of liberty in order to secure the advantages of a state government, do ordain and establish this Constitution. So you say that the people in this case, we the people, are establishing the Constitution, but we set it as an underlayment under Almighty God, which is an interesting place to start for a state law that says that we cannot have a mixture of church and state when we have done that in our Constitution. So it's an interesting point. Let's see, with regard to election integrity, which I have also brought up before you before, during campaign door knocking, and I'm sure as I realize that all of you are also elected officials, you have done the door knocking and other things, you end up with the state voter roll data in order to find your voters, see how they're doing, see if they'll vote for you. You'll frequently come across voters that have moved and have not been there for 3 to 10 years. So I would urge you also to go through the voter roll data. It shouldn't be too terribly hard to have a section to go through and just clean that out, visit every voter, make sure they're still there, or to put in place an age-off period so that we get rid of voters that are not on the list. It would save the campaigns a lot of time, would also help election integrity. And I think that covers my points today. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chairman and Commissioners. Good morning. Rico Gonzalez with El Paso Electric. I was driving by and listening, and I thought, well, I'm going to stop by and just give one additional acknowledgement to the level 3 chargers that we have outside in front of the county building. Thank you all for that. I think the Biden administration's funding of energy proliferation has been well taken advantage of here in Doña County, and it's there, and we should be using it. So thank you very much for that. The other thing that I was thinking about while sitting back there thinking about this is I hadn't mentioned to you all that about 3 weeks ago we filed our energy efficiency filing. which are energy efficiency programs that all customers pay for and help with getting more efficient use of energy. But the reality with energy efficiency today is that it is really focused on reduction in carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. And one of the things that El Paso Electric has done in leadership for the state, and to that end, we owe it to our citizens who have brought this concept to us through public conversations that we've had, is inside of energy efficiency, you have to prove out the programs are cost effective. And inside of that cost effectiveness has never been an opportunity to count a greenhouse gas emission reduction inside of those programs. It's not in the law. The law is silent on it. The law says nothing one way or the other, whether you can or you can't. We're kind of pushing that agenda, and we have the greenhouse gas emissions reductions added into our UCT, or utility cost threshold, which is the way that we measure cost effectiveness inside of programs. And we are excited about that, and we hope that the commission approves, the Public Regulation Commission in Santa Fe approves those programs, and the cost effectiveness of using greenhouse gas emission reductions inside of those programs. So two things, just the acknowledgement of the level 3 chargers, it's fantastic, and our energy efficiency. Thank you.
Any other public comment this morning? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to staff input.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jamie Michael will be starting us off. I'm going to give a quick little bit while she's coming up to the podium. Just we are hearing from different sectors around the county that there is a lot of economic development interest, especially in the southern portion of Doña County. We don't have anything we can announce yet on those, but I think it is very good news for Doña County that we have a number of entities looking at us in a way that can bring really good paying jobs and opportunities to some of our communities. And that kind of dovetails off of a recent article in the Albuquerque Journal that I shared with the commissioners that is listing Doña County and many of its communities as a top place to live in the state and raise a family. So really good news for Doña County. With that, I'll turn it over to Jamie Michael to talk about our CTC.
Bless you.
Thank you. Jamie Michael, County Health and Human Services Department. Since June, the team at Summit Behavioral Health has been making progress on getting the Crisis Triage Center reopened. In recent weeks, there's been some significant progress. First, they have submitted the licensing application to the New Mexico Department of Health, so we're waiting to hear back from the New Mexico Department of Health on licensing. They've also submitted a license request to the New Mexico Pharmacy Board, so those are two big benchmarks. We don't have any control over how long it's going to take for the state to respond to those. They have also hired almost all of the staff that they need to operate the CTC, including an executive director who started yesterday. So we will be introducing you all to the new executive director. And the team, the staff have been going through their HR onboarding and CTC training. So an update, we still don't have an anticipated open date, but they are well within the 6-month startup timeframe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff input this morning?
And we have Mr. Mo Mobed, our county engineer, to give a quick update also on our Safe Streets for All program.
Wonderful.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
As you all approved last year, we applied for the grant to create or actually reduce and eliminate all the
crashes and serious injuries and fatalities on our road. And this is the program. I'm just going to be a very short update of what's going on. As you look at the first page on that, you will see that on the bottom of the slide, there is a address that you can click on it, and this is to the public. And when they click on that one, you will go to this page, which again shows the map. And if you click on that HTTPS up there on top, you will go to the map that shows you all the crashes. And these are crashes we have collected all the data, and you will see it. And this is the map that the public will see. And those things you see on the map, those are inputs from our constituents and our customers. So you have the chance to go in there and read what they wrote and add also your own comments if you want. And this is has been really helpful, and they can get further information as far as what the top crash locations are in the Doña County. And this is a big map that shows all of it, and then you can break it down to smaller maps that will show you the locations. Like I said earlier, you will see the total map, and then you can go to a smaller map that shows you the smaller locations and more detail of what's going on. And those are big yellow and orange ones are fatalities, either by motor vehicles or by the pedestrians. And we drove all these roads 2 weeks ago with our consultants, and we look at every location, and as you will see, it is breaking down more further into detail. And we are getting a lot of inputs from your constituents, and we appreciate really our constituent services, Liz Reed and Pauline Chacon, and also your administrative assistants that help us. And I know we had a couple of meetings in Commissioner Chaparro's area, and is a hint to you all that Commissioner Chaparro provided burritos for us, so thank you. And constituents loved it. And we got a lot of input from them, and we share the maps with them, and we share the website with them so they can get in there. And we take a laptop with us to these meetings, so in case they want to see how the site works, so we're showing them in detail how the site works. And this is the last slide. We're giving them our contact so they can contact us and get input. This is the second phase of the program. The first phase was collection of data. Now we are in the second phase, which is collection of information from our constituents and our customers. And we're hoping to wrap up in the next month in September and start creating the plan. So by January of next year, we're applying for federal funds to implement what this plan is recommending to do. Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Mo, because I went to one of the presentations and I was asking a lot of questions, quite honestly. I thought it was a great presentation, and I'd also like to thank Susie Cordero, who has been helping with those as well, and having sign-up sheets for the constituents. I think this is a great idea. Thank you, Susie, for being to at least 4 or 5 meetings that I'm aware of. So we really appreciate you. And thank you, Mo, and your team, because I really learned a lot.
Thank you.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions for Mo?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, Mo.
That is all for staff input.
Wonderful. Moving on to county elected officials' input. Come on up, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Commission Chair Sheldon Hernandez, Amanda Lopez-Askin, Doña County Clerk. I wanted to offer some accurate information regarding elections, but also just give you some updates just in general to remind people that early voting begins October 8th. We are currently and continually accepting applications for those who want to work early voting.
which again starts that day, but really it's probably approximately 5 weeks of employment, so temporary employment by Doña County. So if that's something that you can spare, your requirement is that you be a registered voter in Doña County, you'd be willing to take trainings as well as have a basic understanding of technology, then we would love to have you apply. Please head to dacelections.com for that. That would be great. If it's also, if you have a young person in your life that is interested in elections, feel free to consider them as well, because there is no school on Election Day because of a change of law last year. We are offering young people at 16 can also participate, and it's not a bad chunk of change for heading towards the holidays. So please keep that in mind and spread the good word. I would appreciate that. I wanted to also kind of underscore what hopefully I always underscore is that if anybody has specific complaints or concerns about noncompliance with the law, then it is always helpful to go through the routes that would be able to investigate and monitor that, and that would be either the Attorney General's office, the Secretary of State's office, or local law enforcement. So that's always helpful. I also wanted to highlight the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Election Performance Index. When I first started as clerk, I started doing a lot of research about elections. And what I discovered was that New Mexico has a lot of challenges in terms of the outcomes that we have. And I know there's elected officials every day that are working to increase those and to improve those. What I do know is that elections is not one of them. When I first started as clerk in 2018, we were ranked number 9 in elections. MIT has no political bend. They are a nonpartisan, very prestigious, as Commissioner Sanchez will attest to, as it is his alma mater. They're very prestigious, obviously, university. And so they look at best practices. They look at things like how accessible is voting? How secure is voting? How do we audit? How do we comply with federal law? Connected to our voter roll, which seems to come up, and it's unfortunate that those who offer comment don't stay. But what I would say is those items connected to voter rolls are mandated by federal law. And I would encourage anybody who wants specific of those to look into 1993 Voting Rights Act, which included a provision, I think it's section number 8, which has very strict guidance in terms of how we manage our voter roll, and we are compliant with that. But circling back to MIT, some of the things that they also look at is how accessible is absentee voting? Do we have no excuse? There are states literally in our country that do not have early voting. We are so fortunate in New Mexico. We start October 8th, Election Day is November the 5th. We also have non-traditional hours, 11 to 7, Tuesday through Saturday, that offers voters who don't have maybe a traditional schedule to make sure that they have an opportunity to vote. The commission, as well as interim county manager Lopez, has been encouraging in terms of hopefully getting a mobile voting unit, which will also increase access and maybe go off on those off times. But I'm trying to give you a gauge of how MIT measures this. And so in 2018, when I began as clerk, we were ranked number 9. A couple of years ago, we fell, unfortunately, to, I think, 20-ish. Imagine my delight, surprise when Secretary Toulouse Oliver called me personally, because it's something I talk about quite frequently, and let us know that New Mexico ranks number 1 in election administration. So New Mexicans, and especially my community in Doña, should be very proud of the elections that we administer, not just here, but across the state. We do a great job. It's not perfect. We're always striving for that. But I would encourage people to look at non-biased, nonpartisan sources for their information. That's always very helpful. I also would like to thank the 4-H club of New Mexico State University. Those young people had me in there on Sunday talking about voting rights, and I have never been asked more probing questions than I have by these young people. So that's what gives us the energy to continue. So thank you all. If you have any questions about elections, feel free to, again, head to dacelections.com, or you can call our office at 575-647-7421. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected official input? Seeing none, moving on to commission input. If any commissioners would like to say a few words. Yeah, of course, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was a tough weekend for a lot of staff and myself. I was very fortunate that I was contacted to help a young lady, and I'm not going to give a lot of details, who is going to be a young mother, and I didn't know what to do. So I called our interim county manager, Stephen Lopez, who is a wealth of information, so thank you, Stephen. And I also contacted Jamie Michael, and also a wealth of information, Henry Young from the Gospel Rescue Mission, Nicole Martinez from the Community of Hope in La Piñon. And working together as a team, this young woman or young lady was able to be helped. And I want you to know that all the people I've mentioned saved a life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Any other commission input?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, of course.
Yes, tomorrow we'll be having the grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony at the Vado del Cerro Fitness Court, and we're inviting everyone to attend. They'll be tomorrow from 1 to 3. They're at the 1-800 La Fe Avenue in Del Cerro. And we'll be having that tomorrow. And everybody's welcome to join. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Chair. Okay. Any other commission input? Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. We do have item number 21, which is an overview of the Doña County Healthcare Assistance Program. And we have our HHS Director, Jamie Michael. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning again. Jamie Michael, County's Healthcare Assistance. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I'm here to present about the county's healthcare assistance program. Most of the information in this presentation is from the previous fiscal year. We start off with just an overview of what the program is and what guides the program, and then we'll also talk about some of the outcomes for last fiscal year. So first, the Healthcare Assistance Program, previously referred to as the Indigent Program. Here in Doña County, there is a restricted fund that supports that program. It includes gross receipts tax, and it is governed by an ordinance and several different state statutes. The program aims to help people access healthcare services, and it is specifically for people who are under or uninsured and do not qualify for any other type of coverage. This is the state act that governs the program. So you can see here, counties are responsible for ambulance transportation, hospital care, the provision of health care, and it is all as determined by the Board of County Commissioners. We are also included in that is the responsibility to provide health care to people who, and use the local revenues for the county-wide services, and we can also do countywide or multi-county planning to make sure that the system, what we refer to as the safety net system, is available for people. We need some definitions that are also included in that act. So you can see here that when the act talks about healthcare services, it's very broad. It includes primary care, prenatal care, dental care, behavioral health, alcohol or detox, rehab services, hospital care, prescription medication, preventative care, and also general health outreach and education services. It is also then left up to the county commission via resolution to define what services will be supported and funded in our local healthcare assistance programs. It also gives a general definition of people who qualify as indigent, and this definition is a little awkward sometimes because it is definitely for the working poor, and some of the folks who need access to services are not in that category. So it does fill an important gap, but it is not the solution for everyone who is uninsured. So here it explains that it is for someone who can normally support themselves and their dependents on present income. And that's key because it's difficult to take that and then create criteria around that. It also dictates the maximum amount of money that a person or a family can make in order to qualify. So each year we have to adjust the maximum amount of income for the eligibility criteria.
It includes minors, so young children who are part of a family. But again, in New Mexico, most of our young people are covered by Medicare, Medicaid. Again, this is directly from the Act, and it talks about the powers and duties of counties related to our healthcare assistance program. So here we may budget for expenditures related to ambulance services, burial expenses, hospital or medical expenses. We can budget for the development of a county-wide or multi-county plan. We can accept contributions from public funds, and we can hire personnel to carry out the activities of the program. These next two are shells. So we shall transfer each quarter funding from our local gross receipts tax to the state to support the safety net care pool, and that is 1/12% that is calculated, and we receive an invoice from the state every quarter and transfer those funds. We also shall comply with HIPAA. We try not to collect any kind of personal information, medical information, so we don't have a lot of exposure related to HIPAA. We stay away from that. We're not the healthcare provider. And then we also may contract with providers in our community, and that is what most of the funding that stays in the county is dedicated to do. The other thing that governs the program, obviously, is the county resolution. It was updated in 2023. The county resolution requires some form of ID, so we can confirm who the individual is. We need to know their total household income, so they don't make too much money to push them over that threshold. We need to know that they have current income, because the statute says you have people who can normally survive on their current income. They have to reside in this county, whether it's a day or a year, they just have to reside in this county. And we have to have proof that we are the payer of last resort. So they can't use this instead of their employer-based insurance or instead of Medicare or Medicaid. The contracts that we cover, the service contracts, are for primary care, dental care, behavioral health, both outpatient and inpatient, end-of-life services, physical therapy, and ambulance services. Beginning this year, we've also included some specific services under primary care to help people with COVID testing, treatment, and vaccines. And we've also added cancer care as a pilot project with Memorial Medical Center. Here's a quick review of the expenditures and revenues. These are actuals from last fiscal year. So you can see the amount of money that is brought in via the gross receipts tax. The reimbursement is primarily reimbursement we receive from Otero County because we pay for ambulance services throughout Chaparral, and then each year we calculate how much Otero County owes Doña County for those transports on that side of the county. And then the interest and investments. So last year it was just over $9 million that was brought in revenue, and the expenditures, we send a big chunk of that to the state. So the 4.6 million is, we bring it in, but it goes directly to the state to support the Medicaid program. It's kind of a nice deal because then the federal government matches it about 3-to-1. And it just continues to support all of the expenditures that the state has for the New Mexico Medicaid program. We also have about 3.7 million for contractual services, and again, those are all of the primary care, dental, behavioral health, all of those services. We spend about 80,000 on a staff proportion, a percent of a couple staff positions in our department. And then there is an admin fee that Lucio will have to explain to you because I don't understand it. It's just what is booked every year. So you see that we expended over 8.6 million last year. Here is a list of the contracts. So the first column is the contract award amount, and the second is what they actually spent at the end of the fiscal year. And then the first column is the list of contractors. So you can see all of the providers who received a contract from the county and provided services to people that qualified for the county's healthcare assistance program. Here is a look over time of the contract amounts. So from fiscal year 19 through fiscal year 24, you can see the amounts. 24, the increase, the primary driver for that is the additional contracts for outpatient behavioral health, and we also had a couple for the detention center to help support medication-assisted treatment and transitions of care from the detention to the community. So that was the primary driver of that increase. We also paid more in fiscal year 24 for ambulance services under the new contract that the city has with AMR. There was a significant increase in the cost of ambulance
Mr. Chair.
services.
I have a question.
Do we want to wait until the end to ask questions? So we
Just
can
a
get
quick
through?
question.
Sure.
I noticed the large increase here. Is that because we collected more revenue at the 1/12th or because we allocated more from the budget? I think it's a little both, isn't it?
Commissioner Reynolds, Mr. Chair, it is primarily because we allocated more for ambulance services and some behavioral health services.
Okay, so it's not that we increased the revenue at that big, large spike. It's that the board just allocated more money from the budget.
You are correct, yes.
That's why I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
This graph shows the number of patient encounters by contractors. So you can see we start off with Amador Health Center, Ben Archer, Ideal Option, La Clinica, and the other providers. So you can see that Ben Archer by far provides the most patient encounters. Their contract is the largest contract, and a significant number of those encounters are dental encounters because people who have Medicare may not have dental coverage, and as an FQHC, both La Clinica, Ben Archer, and Amador provide primary care, behavioral health, and dental services. So we have a significant number of seniors who have Medicare but do not have any dental coverage. And Ben Archer does a fantastic job of making sure that folks in their catchment area receive dental services. And then you see the others, number of encounters per year. This is the type of encounters. So we are still, the majority of the encounters are primary care, but dental service encounters are also a significant portion. The room and board is room and board for hospice patients when someone is receiving hospice services from the provider. Again, Medicare pays for the medical side of it, but not the room and board side of it. So because that is an uncovered service, the county's healthcare assistance program is able to cover that. There are also, in addition to all of that outpatient, there are also some coverage for hospital services. So within the county, the Mountain View Regional Medical Center receives some of that safety net care pool funds from the state. Memorial Medical Center receives some of the safety net care pool funds from the state, as well as the lease agreement also dictates their responsibility in serving people who qualify for the program. We also have out-of-county hospitals, and we do pay if someone who is qualified for the program has to seek life-saving service at a hospital out of Doña County, we do pay per claim for those hospital visits. And then again, this is for next fiscal year. We do have a contract with Memorial Medical Center for cancer services. These three bars on this chart, the light blue is the number of patient encounters by year. The darker blue is the number of active clients collectively for that fiscal year enrolled in the program. And then the small bar that you cannot see is the hospital claims. Since the expansion of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, the number of hospital claims that we pay is very minor. It's just a few each year.
Really quick, Jamie, when we're talking about patient encounters, is this individuals or is this how many times? So this could be, if you look at FY24, you have 12,053. Is that 12,053 individual people or is that visits?
That is visits. So the patient encounters is number of encounters, number of times they received a service. The darker blue line is unduplicated individuals. So the darker blue line is the number of people, unduplicated number of people enrolled in the program.
Okay, so we have 4,111 people in FY24 that are receiving services from the Indigent Fund.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
perfect. Thank you.
So they each received multiple encounters, yes. This is some additional information on the number of people enrolled in the program. So for that fiscal year, last fiscal year, there were 4,100 people actively enrolled in the program. We have 7 agencies that use this system to enroll people, and within those 7 agencies, there are 21 individual eligibility specialists or users that put all of this information into our enrollment system to help make sure people qualify. So we also have some specific details within there on the type of service that people are enrolled and eligible for. So some folks just are eligible for behavioral health because they have other coverage that covers everything else. There's a handful of people that were denied something about their eligibility, their income, their paperwork was not accurate. We have about 1,500 people who are dental only. Again, if you have Medicare and you don't have dental coverage, you qualify. Most of the people have full coverage, so this means they have 0 other type of coverage, so they qualify for any type of service. And then a handful of people, hospice services only, and at that time, there were still 3 applications pending. The other type of service that this funding supports is the unclaimed decedents. So if someone passes away and no one is there to claim the body, the counties in New Mexico are responsible for claiming the remains, and we do have them cremated. And then every year, we have a burial ceremony for the unclaimed remains. So you can see, again, by calendar year, from 2019 to 2024, the number of cremations received, and then you see the next chart is the number of the number of bodies that were buried during that fiscal year. Obviously, 2020, we did not have a service because of the COVID pandemic at the time. So now I can answer any additional questions you have. And this presentation will be followed up with our annual report. So each year we produce a report that has similar data, but additional data and some explanations. So you will receive the annual report as a follow-up. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Chair, I have
Thank
a
you for
question.
this. Thank you for working on this. I think this is a great presentation. It sounds like Commissioner Chaparro has a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Michaels, I saw on there Southwest Sport and Spine. I'm just assuming it's physical therapy for people that have heart attacks, strokes, things of that nature. Can you just describe a little, or maybe just go into a little more detail of what that encompasses?
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro. Again, it is a small amount of funding that Southwest Sport and Spine receives. The reason physical therapy was called out as a service that is needed was primarily because there were several people who were uninsured who would have an injury, primarily like a broken bone, then go to the emergency department and have it set and casted because emergency departments have to provide that care, but then there was no follow-up care. So they were taking off their own cast at home, they were doing no physical therapy, and then as a result, they're no longer able to work or daily activities become impaired. So physical therapy, primarily for those types of injuries, was an important investment to expand. But anyone, any type of illness or injury is allowable for that physical therapy contract, but it is primarily injuries.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Michael, I'm looking at La Clinica and Ben Archer, and I noticed that Ben Archer obviously saw a lot more patients than La Clinica, but the average cost per visit at Ben Archer was like $110, and the actual cost for La Clinica was $149, almost $150. It's like a $40 difference. Can you help me understand how to account for that? Are they just more expensive, their services are different, or what?
So Commissioner Reynolds, let me just double check. Did you get those numbers just by dividing the total contract amount by patient encounters?
The total contract amount that was actually used.
Okay.
So one is the contract amount, the other one is the actual amount that we paid them. So I used the numbers from the actual column when we actually paid them for the visits, and then I divided it by the number of visits listed on the couple pages later.
Perfect.
And so
Okay.
I come up with 110 on average for Ben Archer and 150 roughly for La Clinica. And I know the services I thought were similar, and I also believe that we use like a Medicare or Medicaid list for the cost of services that are provided. If I'm not mistaken, they're limited to that. Am I correct?
So Commissioner Reynolds, I don't have the exact encounter numbers in front of me, and it is different for primary care, dental, behavioral health. And it is based on the application or the proposal that they submit to the county that is then evaluated and reviewed by the evaluation committee that the board assigns. So it is the difference in their rate per visit is just based on their proposal that we receive from them as part of the competitive RFP process.
Okay, if I follow a question then. So you're saying that it is possible that we could be paying more for service, the same service with La Clinica than we are with Ben Archer?
And also with Amador Health Center, yes.
Okay.
Correct. There's not a set rate for each of the types of services across all three FQHCs. It's usually very similar, and if it is kind of outside of just what the evaluation committee sees as just normal operating expense differences, then they do ask questions. So it's usually very, very similar, but there is nothing that requires them to all receive the same amount because we go through a competitive RFP process.
Actually, I think it's fascinating, actually, that it's that much difference. And like we do with other services that we provide, payroll, pay contracts for people who have unions and stuff. I'm just wondering, do we actually go through the process of determining what these nominal costs should be for the services as part of the contract negotiation?
Commissioner Reynolds, we receive a budget from them that lists kind of their overall operating budget, including staff and overhead, program supplies, medical supplies, and the price per encounter has to correlate with the budget and the budget justification that we receive.
And you said there was a committee or a board that actually reviews this. Is this an internal committee or is this an external committee?
It is an external committee that is, I think in the past, Norberto, Prisma, the last committee that reviewed them, was it appointed by the board? No, okay. All right, so this last committee, but did it still include external folks? All right, so this last round of competitive applications were reviewed by a committee made up of both internal and community members, external members.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's changed over the last couple of years, so I had to make sure I was giving you current, accurate information. Thank you.
I know I asked some pointed questions about specific and stuff, but I don't think I've noticed this much detail in the presentation before. So thank you very much for all the information, and it does raise some other questions that we can talk about later.
Yes, when you all receive the report, If you have additional questions, we are happy to get with you to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we don't go off of Medicare rates for the 3 FQHCs?
Mr. Chair, can you have him come up and speak? Or
Mr. Chair, for the FQHCs, we do not go by the Medicaid rate. We go by the rate that they put in their application
Got you.
to the county. We do look at the Medicaid rates, and again, we want to be within the range of the Medicaid rate. There are some other providers where we say we will only pay the Medicaid rate. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But for the those contracts, they are part of that competitive RFP process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions, commissioners? Vice Chair, anything? Don't
All
think
right.
so. Thank you so much, Ms. Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have the approval of the minutes, and this one is going to be a mouthful. So item number 22, we will be approving the minutes for the special meeting minutes for August 9th, regular meeting minutes for August 13th, and special meeting minutes for August 19th. We can either do a motion to approve all minutes, or if there's any changes or questions, we can do them one at a time, whatever you guys choose.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
may I move to approve all 3? Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve all 3. Do we
I'll
have a
second.
second? Pardon?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve all 3 minutes. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Minutes are all approved. Now moving on to approvals, we do have 3 approvals today. The first approval is to accept the firefighter recruitment grant from the Department of Finance and Administration, DFA, in the amount of $1,575,000 to fund the hiring of 13 new firefighters/EMTs with associated budget revision and resolution. We have our Fire Chief, Cherry.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. I'm excited to be here today. This is the first time that this fund has been available here in New Mexico. It's spearheaded by several departments across the state, including the State Fire Marshal's Office, the Governor's Office, to create this fund that's similar to other public safety funds that already exist. And so the mechanism for funding through DFA is something that the counties and cities across the state have been familiar with. And we went through this process for the first time this year with the rest of the state. During our application process, we evaluated the needs of the county and where we could look to improve both fire and EMS services, because this fund did outline the need to improve EMS services across New Mexico. We were awarded 900. You can see the awards there. 900,000 this first year, which will help us fund 13 new positions, firefighter EMTs, as all of our firefighters are now. To help staff rescues, patient transport rescues across the county, as well as improve our firefighting response numbers for any type of incidents, whether that be a structure fire, an EMS call, a hazmat event, rescues across the county. These positions will be deployed at existing locations of career staff so that we'll have that staff on hand. The Year 2 award, similar to the other funds, is 50%. And the Year 3 is 75%, or is 25%, which is 75% of the cost would be ours in Year 3. With the approval of acceptance of this grant, we would start the academy for these positions on October 15th. Just a quick review of what we do when we onboard people. We do 14 weeks of firefighter training. They cover hazmat, firefighter 2 certifications, wildland, emergency vehicle driving, and vehicle extrication. We also, all of our cadets go through a 9-week EMT basic course so that when they hit the field, they have completed that class and that we have those services. We would be looking at graduating these grant positions March 28th. And we would look at staffing 2 full-time rescues 24/7 with these positions. With that, I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful, and congratulations. Again, this is great news. Commissioners, Any comments or questions for the chief?
And, Mr. Chair, Chief Cherry, I just want to thank you for actually taking the time to seek out this fund, and we're looking forward to the new services that are provided.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No, I think this is an exciting time for our county to be able to bring these positions in. So I'm excited for everyone and everyone's work on this. So this will be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to
So moved.
accept the grant? We have a motion. I'll second. So we have a motion by Commissioner Chapato, a second by myself. Any further discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, Brandy, go ahead and roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
That item does have a resolution number. The number is 2024-09.
Fantastic, thank you. Next up, we do have item number 24, which is to authorize the publication of an ordinance imposing countywide gross receipts taxes and authorize publication of an ordinance imposing county area gross receipts tax. And we do have our county attorney, Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
To
I'd
approve?
make a
Okay, we have a
motion that we
motion to approve.
Property tax.
Do we have a second?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Chapato.
Otherwise, I was sitting here not talking because we.
Oh, Nelson,
Without a motion, we can't discuss the item.
we all knew that you were going to.
So commissioners, I thought I'd come down here because get to see people a little better as I'm talking. And so first thing I want to say is, even though this is an authorization to publish a gross receipts tax ordinance, we are not looking to impose new gross receipts taxes. What this is, it's basically, as I said in my executive summary, it's a cleanup. So before 2019, you looked at well, first of all, with gross receipts taxes, we can only impose what the legislature says we can impose. And so prior to 2019, there was, within the gross receipts, the county option gross receipts taxes, there was the first 1/8, the second 1/8, the third 1/8, the 1/16, a whole list of them. And it would get confusing what was what. When they first authorized them, the second 1/8 could only be used for this purpose, the third 1/8 could be for this purpose, and then over the years, they would change it, and sometimes we changed our ordinances, and sometimes we didn't. And so in 2019, the realization was made by the legislature that the cities and the counties should be able to be accountable, and because the commissioners and council, they're all elected, they're accountable to the public, and they should be able to be accountable to how they're going to spend the various revenues that they get, rather than having to be, the legislature says you can spend this much for this, you can spend this much for that. And so in 2019, they completely revamped the county gross receipts options and did away with many of the designations. And so they came up with that for countywide gross receipts taxes, you could have up to a 1% without voter approval. You could have another 1/4% with voter approval. There were some county area ones that they did the same thing with. And so what is being proposed here, there are two ordinances, one that would impose the county wide gross receipts tax in a rate of 0.94%. Now, when you go through and look at what all the various increments that we had up to this point, we had the county first 1/8, second 1/8, third 1/8, additional 1/16, correctional 1/16, correctional second 1/16, and the hold harmless of up to 3/8. So when you add all those up that we've imposed, it comes to a 9.375%. And I said we're not looking to increase taxes, but I said we're looking to impose it as a 0.94%, which is actually a 0.0025% increase. And so why does that exist if I'm telling you there's not an increase? Because the statute requires us to impose them. The old statutes required everything be done in 1/16% increments, so 1/16, 1/8, or anything divided by 1/16. Now they're saying they have to be in 1/100ths of a percent. So they've gone from a fractional
method to a decimal method. So what we've done is propose just rounding up to the 0.9375 to the 0.934. I think Lucio has done a little bit of numbers on it. I think it increases. Well, so there's for that one. Then I'll talk about the other one. So then on the county area ones, they've done basically the same thing. We're allowed to impose a certain amount for county areas. Some of it requires a voter approval. However, if the tax was already approved by the voters, it's grandfathered in and doesn't have to be reapproved. And so the same thing with that one, there's some limitations, and actually, in order to meet the statute, we would be reducing the county area portion by a 0.05%. So we have a slight decrease in one, slight increase in the other. When you figure those out together, I think Lucio calculated we would have approximately a $90,000 increase in revenues. So in light of our budget, pretty insignificant amounts, but I see the chair's already figuring out how to spend it.
Thanks, Nelson.
The one thing that we do have as well is, under the current system, the second 1/8 is dedicated to health care issues. And with this ordinance, 1/8 of the 0.975% would, or 1/8 of a percent of the grocery receipts tax would continue to be dedicated for that purpose. And so that's basically what we're doing here. And I've also, as the ordinance, I've set it up so that the current taxes we have would be repealed effective upon the implementation of these current taxes. So there wouldn't be a gap in the funding. And the ordinances go into effect either January 1st or July 30 or July 1st, depending on when they get to the Taxation and Revenue Department. We have to have the ordinance that's been approved to Tax and Rev at least 3 months prior to the effective date. So we're looking to set this up at the last meeting of September. Gives us about 5 days to get it to Tax and Rev so that it would be implemented July or January 1st of 2025. And again, this is for the, oh, and I did put in there, just for informational purposes, at the end of the executive summary, there's been questions about what other tax increments are available. So we could, it's not what I'm proposing, but it is available if the commission wanted to do this, is there is a 0.06% that could be increased on the county-wide grocery receipts tax without voter approval. There's a 0.25% that could be included with voter approval. That will take longer because of the time periods of when elections occur. For the county area without voter approval, there is nothing else available, and there is a 0.13% that would be a very available county area with the voter approval. County-wide is everything within the county, includes all municipalities. So this tax, the county-wides apply within the city of Las Cruces, city of Summer Park, Mesilla, Hatch. The county area is only the unincorporated areas where those taxes apply. With that, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Nelson, for presenting on this. Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking, if I understood you correctly, Mr. Nelson, this is only, the ordinance we're looking at currently only applies to increasing the tax by 0.0065, is that what it was?
2.25.
2.5. So the ordinance doesn't include these other options that you mentioned. And when I read it, I didn't see those.
So what?
The other options of actually increasing the countywide by 0.25%, that's not included in the current ordinance we're considering, is it?
It would increase the countywide by 0.0025%.
That's true.
To get us up to the
Correct.
to the hundredths of a percent.
Correct.
But there's no other increase. This other is, I just put it there for information purposes, that
Okay.
is available.
Okay.
Should you want to consider that, but that is not what is in the authorization to publish, but it is there, so you're aware that that is what is available. And there's, I think it was a 0.05% decrease in the
Countywide,
0.005% decrease
Right.
in the county area.
correct. Now, I was just wanting to clarify that, in fact, all the options that you mentioned in the summary weren't actually included in the ordinance at this point.
That is correct.
However, we could consider those since we're publishing and you put it in the summary, we could actually consider those as a amendment to the ordinance if we want to at this same session, correct?
It could be done at any point until it's approved. That is correct. It could be when we move to the actual approval, it could be added in there if that is what is desired on an amendment to that, or it could be amended during the publication process, or it could be not done at all.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification for the public that in fact, the entire amount that you discussed hadn't actually currently been included in the ordinance yet, but that was an option when we do consider the ordinance in September.
That is correct.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Basically, no questions for you, Nelson. I think we're all pretty comfortable with
All right.
the correction. Okay. Seeing no other questions, Brandy, if you can go ahead and roll call us, please, that would be very much appreciated.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries and the publication of the ordinance will happen shortly. Next up, we have one final approval, is to appoint one P and Z commissioner to fill an unexpired term due to a vacancy. And we have our Community Development Director, Ms. Amesworth. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have one vacancy on the P and Z, and we did publish a request for interested parties to apply for that position. We do have two candidates. The first one is Crystal Garcia. Ms. Garcia is currently an associate broker and realtor with Exit Realty Horizons since 2020 and has 15 years' experience in architectural park planning and design. Her background includes designing functional spaces for landscape design and skate park design areas that enhance community life. Ms. Garcia has an associate's degree in architectural design from High Tech Institute in Phoenix, Arizona, and states that being a part of the commission would allow me to directly contribute to thoughtful, sustainable development in Doña Ana County. As always, we give candidates an opportunity to come up and speak if they are present, so I will ask if Ms. Garcia is present. Okay, I don't see her, so we will move on to Bill Zargis, who I do know is in the audience. I will introduce him first. Appointed in May 2012 to the P&Z Commission, previously served from 2012 to 2018, and again from 2019 to 2023. In 2023, Mr. Zargis was appointed to fulfill an unexpected vacancy term and was heavily involved with the formulation of both the county's comprehensive plan and the Unified Development Code. Mr. Zargis retired to Las Cruces in 2010 after a career in industrial sales and management. He also served on the Clovis, New Mexico Parks Commission from 2008 to 2010 and was formerly on the Candian, New Hampshire, or NH School Board, serving several years. Mr. Zargis would appreciate the opportunity to continue serving the residents of Doña Ana County. Mr. Zargis, would you like to come up?
Afternoon, Commissioners. As Ms. Ainsworth said, I'd previously been on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I did not ask for reappointment this year due to some family issues. Got great grandkids, had to go. With this vacancy, I would appreciate being reappointed so that we would have someone with some experience to hit the ground running with what we have going on right now in the county. Thank you very much for your consideration.
So because we do have one vacancy and there are two candidates, we do have a ballot, which Priscilla will pass out. And for the members that are
on WebEx. We could either have you announce your vote, or you could,
Since you just have the two candidates, you could just ask us to go one at a time and cast a vote as well.
we could do it that way if you prefer.
Probably be easiest.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, are we allowed any comments?
Of course.
Thank you. I've looked over the applications, and it's this commissioner's opinion. We have already on the P and Z board a Realtor. And I think that we have to have such a diverse representation from the community. I know we also have a person who's involved in the cannabis business, and I think that it would be wise for us to continue with the diverse committee. And also, Mr. Zargas brings a lot of experience to the P and Z. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Seeing none, you can probably just roll call or vote.
Okay, then we will start with Commissioner Chaparro,
Mr. Zargas.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Ditto, Zargas.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Zargas.
Commissioner Sanchez. He's not there. Commissioner Murillo.
Sargis.
Okay, so it sounds like it's unanimous for Bill Zargis. Thank you very much. I think we need a motion.
I move that we appoint Mr. Zargas to the, what's the proper term, because it's an
Second.
It's the Planning and Zoning Commission.
well, to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Second.
Everybody second.
Everyone seconded. Okay, Brandy, if you'll roll call us, please.
Pick one.
And who was the second?
I think it was Commissioner Murillo.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Zargas.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we do have a hearing and an ordinance. We have an appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission decision to deny a zone change on a 4.57 acre parcel in order to allow 125 minute storage units located at 4010 Old River Road. And we do have Ms. Amesworth here. Just really quick, I am going to have Ms. Amesworth or one of her amazing staff members swear the individuals in today, since I forgot the last time. We're just going to make sure that someone else doesn't. So go ahead, Ms. Amesworth.
Actually, Mr. Chair, that's something that you're granted the authority to do, and other staff members are not given that authority by statute, so you need to do it.
Seriously. Okay, I guess I am swearing everyone in. Ms. Amesworth, if you will please raise your right hand. Do you promise to just tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Continue on.
Okay, thank you. This is an application for an appeal to a zoning case that was denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The applicant, or the owner is Gabriel Garcia, and his representative is Paul Pompeo. The location is at 4010 Old River Road, which is currently zoned D2L. The case was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on March 28th and was denied. The request is for a commercial, a C2, in order to allow a mini storage facility. This is the location you can see there on Old River Road. It's a largely rural area. There's residential, there's, I believe this is a school right here. And you can see on the zoning map, it is firmly located in a residential zoning district. Although there are some other zones in the area, there is a C2 nearby, the institutional, which I mentioned is, I believe, a school. And across the street, there's also a more diverse zoning. However, this parcel is right in the middle of a residential area, and it does back up to existing residential. And there's a close-up, you can see those homes that are adjacent to that parcel. So the parcel previous to 2017 was zoned ER5, which is a residential district in the old ETZ. After the adoption of the UDC, it was zoned D2L, which is a medium density residential comparable to the ER5. The property is 4.57 acres. The existing or prior use is agricultural, although it doesn't appear that anyone's using it at this time. There is water available, as well as wastewater is through a septic. So the request is to reconsider the request from D2L to C2 to allow for the storage facility. The access would be off of Old River Road, which is currently improved to UDC standards. It would also require another emergency access, which would only be to serve emergency vehicles if needed. This is the conceptual site plan that the applicant has provided. You can see the access here off of Old River Road, and including a secondary access, which would be directly off of Carver Road. There were letters sent to the immediate area in accordance with our UDC. Notices were posted, signs were posted on the property. Several letters were received in opposition. There's also a petition and letters in opposition that were included in the P&Z packet that was provided to you. Because of the large amount of opposition, there is a section of the statute which states that if 20% or more of the area of the lots of land included within 100 feet of the proposal, in other words, if property owners owning 20% of the area within 100 feet are opposed and are opposed in writing, then the application would have to be approved through a 3/4 vote, a supermajority. So in other words, there would have to be 4 votes in favor in order for that application to be approved. Otherwise, it would be deemed denied. So this is the notification map. You can see the area within the 100 feet, which is that shorter buffer, and then the numbers of those properties that were in opposition.
Can you go back to that slide really quick? And out of the properties within the 100-foot, do we know? So 8 letters were received and the rest did not respond, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so signs on the property posted as required. Area of notification, just with the aerial so you can see where those properties fall. The subject property, which I mentioned, was previously agricultural, although it doesn't look like anyone has been farming it recently. More photos. You can see those homes there in the background. Carver, or Old River Road and Carver Road there. This is Old River Road. This is Turtle Creek Road. You can see some homes there as well. Another view of Carver and just surrounding area. You can see it has a largely rural feel here. So these are the applicable code sections that apply to this application. The staff recommendation is to uphold the planning and zoning decision to deny the zone change based on findings of fact, staff analysis. It's not a compatible zoning district, considering that there is residential immediately adjacent, and it would basically create an incompatible use. So here you can see the staff analysis, which was provided in your packet, decisional criteria, and the findings, the goals that from the comprehensive plan. So pursuant to 350-216 appeals, the commission can approve the application to rezone, deny the decision, or approve with conditions. And at this time, that concludes my presentation. I know the applicant's representative is here and will also have a presentation for you.
Okay. Do we want to ask Ms. Ainsworth any questions, or do we want to hear from both sides and then ask our questions?
I don't have any questions at this point.
Okay, Vice Chair Murillo? Okay, let's go ahead and hear from,
I'm sorry.
okay, let's go
I
ahead.
said not. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and hear from both parties first. Ms. Ainsworth, do you have a recommendation on which one should go first?
We do have a presentation that the applicant has provided.
Okay. If we can have the applicant please join us. If you'll please state your name, sir, for the record.
Good morning, Commission. Paul Pompeo, Sauter Miller and Associates.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, sir?
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission. I have a brief presentation, and then I would like the opportunity for the developer, the property owner himself, to then conclude our presentation with a few words. In respect to the Commission's time, I'm not going to go through the entire planning and zoning packet, but just going to get the highlights that seem to be the basis of this appeal. As noted by county staff, this is the location of the property in black, located on Carver Road, right off Old River Road. This request is to rezone the property from the residential use DL2 to the C2 community development for the specific purpose of a mini storage facility. We believe this is an applicable area for this, and if the commission had noted from the staff site pictures, this property is in a depressed, meaning elevation-wise, depressed state, sits farther in the ground, therefore reducing the visual impact if this property were developed. The drawing in front of you kind of shows a conceptual layout of what the buildings might look like, access routes and setbacks to the adjacent properties. I would like to point out, under the current zoning standard, it is possible to develop this lot with 26 units. That would require City of Las Cruces wastewater facilities, which is located in Turtle Creek Road immediately to the east of this property. So that would account for could account for a 63% increase in population there if it were to be developed under the current residential standard. We did note during the P&Z that this was a mini storage area, that very minimal traffic to the local roadways in this area. So we did not see that as a concern if this were to be developed into the storage facility. We did meet, in our opinion, the text for the decisional criteria for the need for a new community commercial activity. We addressed the potential water and wastewater service needs, which are for this use are very minimal. We did discuss the existing infrastructure capacities of the local roadways and utilities can support a development of this kind. We did not find that there were sensitive areas either on the property or directly adjacent, and we felt that the impacts to the surrounding properties, both visual, traffic, utilities, and such, were minimal. In our estimation, we cited goals that do align with the comprehensive plan, and we believe a change of condition is, based on an ever-expanding population, especially in southern Doña County, the needs for this type of facility do become needed. And based on those needs, we do believe that it is an applicable zoning district for this property, and I'll speak more of that in the upcoming slides. As pointed out by staff, our property is located here in the zoning, in the residential zoning district. It is directly adjacent to an industrial or institutional use, which is Tomba Elementary. There's also industrial land to the south. There's more commercial property to the east and even farther to the east. The reason I point this out, Commission, is because there has been conversation about spot zoning. It is true that this C2 that we're asking for is not contiguous with any other C2. However, we could have made application under this industrial property down here in the purple, which would then have been directly adjacent to this zoning district and not be considered under the pure definition of spot zoning. However, in the future, with an industrial zone, that opens the door up for even more intense use of the property. So we felt in applying for this zone change that the C2 was more applicable because it allowed for the specific use for mini storage, but was not as intense as the industrial as it exists across the road, Carver Road. If this property were to be developed as such, there would be no major capital or unprogrammed capital expenditures required by Doña County. There was also discussion in the residential development about developing it to the standard of the lots that are located adjacent. Well, we did try that back in 2008. This was a subdivision that was approved by the ETZ. However, it just economically was not possible in 2008, and it's especially not available now in 2024 unless the developer would take full advantage of the total number of units that could be developed there. We believe that would be even more out of harmony with the neighborhood than just a minimally used mini storage area. That concludes my presentation, commissioners. I thank you for the opportunity to present this to you today. I'd like to present Mr. Gabriel Garcia, who is the actual property owner, and I would also like to stand for questions should you have any. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I don't think Mr. Pompeo was sworn in.
No, I swore him in.
Did? Okay.
I sure did.
Oh, you got me.
It's now on like the top of my brain today,
Excellent.
since I didn't the last time. Commissioner Tripati, did you have a question?
I do. I have a question for Mr. Pompeo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Pompeo.
Good morning.
So you mentioned water and wastewater, that it would have a minimum impact. Can you explain that?
There is existing water infrastructure in the area because it does serve the Rios Encantados subdivision adjacent. For this particular project for mini storage, the wastewater is very minimal and would use NMED-approved on-site septic tank.
How large of a septic tank would you be utilizing?
I believe the minimum septic tank in the state of New Mexico is 1,250 gallons, and so that is what would be installed.
And you said, if you could just jar my memory, how many units?
Oh, if we were speaking of residential homes,
No, I'm talking about the proposed.
there's
storage
125 storage units, I'm sorry,
units. How many?
125.
And the proposed sizes?
I believe I'll let the applicant answer, but I believe it goes 10 by 10 up to 10 by 20.
And so you mentioned water infrastructure. Which water company is providing that water?
This used to belonged to Coronado Water Company, which has since been purchased by the city of Las Cruces.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you can bring it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Can you please state your name for the record, sir?
Gabriel Garcia.
Okay, will you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's truly heartening to see so many community members showing up for this meeting, demonstrating a shared commitment to our neighborhoods, well-being, and collective desire to contribute to positive change. The presence here today is a testament to the strength of our community and the spirit and value we place on working together for a brighter future. As a military veteran and a law enforcement member for over 20 years of dedicated service, I feel a strong desire to continue giving back to my community. My experiences have instilled in me a deep sense of duty and a commitment to serving others. I am eager to channel my skills and knowledge towards making a positive impact in our community and contributing to the well-being of those around us. I look forward to continuing to serve and support our community in a meaningful way. Having a storage facility in a local community is a good idea because it provides residents and businesses with additional space to store belongings, equipment, or inventory, helping to declutter homes and offices. As you know, on Carver, they're building more homes, going up every day, and the city of Las Cruces is definitely growing. It'll also help support local economic growth by offering a service in demand, potentially creating jobs. Additionally, it can make the community more attractive to new residents or businesses looking for accessible storage solutions. Today, I stand before you to address the concerns surrounding the proposed rezone of the area. I want to acknowledge the valid worries that many of the community members have raised, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these issues today. First and foremost, I understand the concerns about potential decrease in property values. It's essential to consider not only the challenges, but also the overall benefits that new buildings can bring to our community. Development can enhance our neighborhood as well as raise up property values, creating a more vibrant and attractive environment for everyone. Safety is paramount for all of us. I share your commitment to ensure the safety of the families and residents in the adjacent area. It is crucial that we address any safety issues that may arise from the new construction. We can work together to prioritize solutions and enhance the well-being of our loved ones. I understand and appreciate about potential increases in crime. We must collaborate with local authorities and community members to implement proactive measures that can help prevent any negative impacts onto the neighborhood. I myself live 7 minutes down from where the proposed property is. My 8-year-old goes to Tombo Elementary, so I have a very seated commitment to keep that area safe, because I also have another 3-year-old that will be going there too. Traffic congestion is another concern that cannot be overlooked. I emphasize with your worries about increased traffic in the area. It is vital that we consider effective ways to manage and alleviate congestion that may result from the new buildings. Maintaining the quality of life in our community is a top priority. Many of you have expressed sentiment about the potential loss of our beautiful mountain view / sky. I share your love with our natural surroundings and believe we can explore ways to preserve the beauty and the landscape that we so love here in Las Cruces. Addressing potential impacts on school traffic is crucial, especially as we consider the implications of new developments. By collaborating with schools and local authorities, we can develop effective traffic management strategies to minimize disruptions and ensure a smooth experience for our children and families. I also want to highlight storage facilities, such as the one I propose, that are typically quiet relative to few visitors each day. My vision for those facilities include a secure, clean, and well-lit environment that is pleasing and complementary to the surrounding areas and that does not obscure the night sky policy that we do have in Las Cruces and the surrounding mountain views. Additionally, reaching out to local communities is a top priority for me. I aim to establish relationships with schools and charitable organizations to volunteer in my sports space for good causes. Giving back to our community is essential, and I believe we can make positive impact together. Let us move forward together, working collaboratively to ensure that our community continues to grow and thrive while respecting the values that make us who we are. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this potential benefits of the rezone, as well as the importance of addressing your concerns. Together, we can create a brighter future for our community. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Garcia? Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Garcia, you have proposed 125 units. Are they all just one story? You don't have anything that's going to go above one story?
No, they're all going to be one story.
All right, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
No problem.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
your plan for the construction, are you planning to put any kind of fencing around it, rock wall, something to block the residents behind, to the roughly, the residents to the northeast of your property? Have you planned to put up any kind of barrier to prevent access and/or viewing of that from the neighbor's backyard?
Yes, it will be actually access controlled through apps. Pretty much everything will be fenced in. We're still looking at what we would consider to be aesthetically pleasing for the surrounding areas, because that's something that we do hold dear and want to continue to have in the area. But there will be fencing along the perimeter, as well as gated in and out access only for people that are going to be using the storage facility.
Yeah, maybe I didn't state my question correctly. Fencing is for security. for the facility. Is there anything you're planning to do between your property and the neighboring properties where the residents are in order to make it appealing to them?
And that's something that I'm open to talking about and facilitating a conversation about what would look better for that area. There will be fencing, but I'm still undecided on what kind of fencing do we want to have, because there's multiple different types of fencing.
Have you met with any of the residents around the property?
A few.
Did you actually knock on the doors and talk to any of them about it before you thought about this?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of on the same line with that, before purchasing the property, did you have plans to do this, and did you call the county about zoning before you purchased?
No, actually, the property was going to be for my wife. She's an equestrian. I found that out the hard way after we were married for 5 years. And she has a very deep love for horses. So the plan was to build on it. We were going to build a ranch on it. But COVID hit, building costs went up. It just wasn't feasible at that time. So we decided to buy another property, which we own on Paisano Road, which is 5 acres. We do horse boarding, as well as we do farming alfalfa. So we bought the land, and it just kind of sat. And like I stated, I'm in law enforcement, and I'm getting old. I'm 41 years old. I'm a veteran of enduring freedom. And I just want to, for myself, I'm on my way out of my law enforcement career, and I just want to continue to serve. I think that's something that can make you feel happy, is to have a purpose. And one of the purposes I want to do is give back to the community, give so much that I've received.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that response. Any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
and this question isn't for Mr. Garcia, but probably for Mr. Casillas and Ms. Ainsworth, just so that it's clear here. So at present, the parcel is zoned D to L, which is medium-density residential. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so what can be built, or what can it be utilized for at this time?
Single-family residential dwellings is
No
what's
horses?
permitted. You could, I mean, all the zoning districts permit large animals as long as you have the acreage. If you have the minimum acreage, you can have horses or other large animals, and I don't remember the calculation, but it's based on the number of acres, how many you can have.
All right, so could I have someone give me a quick calculation of how many horses could be put there,
Isn't it like
or housed there, or sheltered? I
12.
don't know the terminology, but
at 12?
12.
12? Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. And before we have the appellate come up, thank you so much for joining us today. I do have a question on the road, which is Old River Road. Is it a county road or a private road?
It's a private road.
Okay, and is there some kind of governance in the community as to who maintains? Because I see it goes past the property. Okay, I do have someone from the crowd that can address that, but as far as you two gentlemen, do you know how maintenance is handled on the road?
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I don't believe, based on the age of the lots that are there, I don't believe that there's a road maintenance agreement in place, so it falls to the underlying property owners or adjacent property owners.
Okay. That might be something that you would want to get some answers on prior to using a private road for a large commercial endeavor. That kind of does give me a couple questions. Private roads scare me, Shannon.
Talking about the private road, are there any residents that actually use the private road? I guess that's the question I'd have.
Yeah,
Is it
in the
currently being
back,
used
and I
by-
believe we have a couple of them here today as well. And you all will have a chance to address the commission as soon as we get through the first portion. We will give you time to address us and express your concerns and or support on the project or the zone change. Any other questions for these two gentlemen?
Not yet.
Seeing none, if we can bring up the appellate, I guess. Do we have anyone here who submitted the, or on the other side, or I guess we can open it up for public comment? Yeah, okay. Does 3 minutes work for public comment, or what are you guys all thinking? You want to go to 15?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that we need to go to 15, but I would generally, in a situation like this where there's a hearing, I think Mr. Gooden would be better to speak exactly on what we should allow. But I was thinking limiting them to 3 minutes may not be enough to have an adequate discussion. Mr. Gooden, do you have an opinion?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I think sometimes a 3-minute limit doesn't let people give their full version of, or their concerns. 15 minutes might be a little bit lengthy.
That was a joke, Nelson.
So is that.
Was a joke.
So, I mean, I think just I think you could just let people give their presentations, but keeping in mind that if it starts getting very, very lengthy, we may have to ask them to wrap it up and move on to the next person.
Okay.
I don't know that you want to per se put a time limit, but with that, we would ask that the people get to the point, let us know your position, and then we won't have to limit them.
Okay, thank you. Do we all understand the assignment? Keep it short and sweet, but please get your point across. We do have a sign-in book. Do we need to sign in as well for people giving comment? Yes. So if you can come up to the podium, you'll have a chance to sign the book to your left. If you'll sign that with your first name and last name, and then join us at the podium. If you can state your first and last name, and I will swear you in.
And thank you all for your cooperation and assistance in getting this done correctly for everyone.
Okay. If someone wants to kick it off while everyone else is signing, please do.
Okay. Whoever signed up first, you could please approach.
We're going to go in order. If you'll state your name for me, sir.
My name is Horacio B. Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you promise to swear tell the truth, the whole truth, sir?
I'll tell everything I know, truthfully.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay? Gentlemen, Horacio and Jeanette Sanchez feel we have repercussions from the changing of the zoning code in the community commercial zone. I realize that the zone doesn't apply to us. We're just changing that one section. I know that the zone change is to accommodate Mr. Garcia. When we moved here in 2007, we looked at the zoning codes and we accepted the codes in our neighborhood. We also know where the flood zones were and how they could affect us. There's not been no talk about flood zoning in that area. That little field floods. And if you look at the diagram, you see how high the bank is down below. So there is a problem there. We also know that there's differences in cost and property when property that is in a commercial community zone versus a medium density residential. I am quite sure that somebody figured in buying cheap and change the zone to increase the property value and be able to get storage units in a flood zone. How do you get proper insurance in a flood zone? Look at Ruidoso, New Mexico. They built in some flood zone areas. Who pays the cost? Of course, the insurances pay some, but the taxpayers also pay. I do feel that the resident that purchases property, but we do think we know, we feel for Mr. Garcia that he bought that property. But we do think he knew what he was buying and probably got some advice on how to get around it by changing the codes. Why should the bordering property owners be exposed to this kind of change just to accommodate one person? Well, to tell you the truth, it's nice to be 40-something years old and plan to retire soon and have your business built. That's the American way. Do better. But not at the cost of someone else's property. Who's going to pay for the higher insurance rates? Well, we can't say that the insurance rate's gonna go up because nothing's being created yet. But we do know that there will be, like fentanyl storage, bomb storage, all kinds of stuff that happens in these storage units. Look around all of New Mexico. There's lots of towns that are getting affected by this. The storage unit facility that's down the way by the railroad tracks there, they have actually cut that chain link and dug into there. And then people are planning on canceling their storage unit, their RV units, and they're not gonna have them anymore because people have been vandalizing them. So there is vandalism involved. And who's going to deal with the crime that spills over to property owners by living that close to one? Who is going to check the paraphernalia doesn't spread into the neighborhood or schools? Well, that storage unit is right next to the school, really. It's not, maybe 150 foot from it, if that. Okay, who's going to check for explosives and fentanyl and other drugs? And how is this facility going to manage their security? Where is the nearest fire hydrant? How are all emergencies going to be handled? What jurisdiction will handle it? Why are the storage units northeast of the grade school on Carver going to stop parking recreational trailers in their property? Does anyone know why that's going to happen? I don't really know for sure. Who's going to fix the roads to accommodate all the moving trucks to and from the storage unit? It's pretty hard to get a big truck in there. You know, I did notice that they finally put in a end of school zone, and that they have been backing across there carefully, but it's time consuming. If you bring a big truck, a family moving to this area, how are they gonna park them trucks? How are they gonna get them trucks in there? That plan that I see, that's impossible. Take a good look at the other storage facilities in Las Cruces. What do you notice? Easy access, paved roads, tall fences, secured gates, and proper drainage. That thing's not gonna have proper drainage. The drawings we were given is very lacking. Shouldn't surrounding property owners be brought up to speed before anything is decided? That's my question. Should it be? And that's all I have, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, number 2 on the list, please.
I'll be quick.
If you can please state your name, sir.
We have to do this.
State your name, sir.
Charles Rementer.
Okay. Sir, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
I originally got the first letter back some time ago. I didn't see any problem with Mr. Garcia building a storage unit there, but I heard some of my neighbors question it. So what I did is I Googled it. And there are problems with storage units. Along with it comes crime, drugs, and other bad things. Traffic, for example. Someone said there's no problem with traffic, but there's a lot of people that will come up and down there with U-Hauls, and they're not professional drivers. And I know what they're like because that's what my wife tells me. And I also noticed on the map that was put up there was number 2 up there, that was where the school was. But I did not see anybody from the school objecting to this, which is bringing the hazards that I just mentioned. Also, when the other map that these fellows put up, there was it was covered up with some other little dot, so it would cover up the school, so we wouldn't notice it, I guess. I don't know. But I really don't, it bugged me. I Googled to see what was wrong with it, and I told you what that was. I Googled again to see, because of the school that was there. My big concern is the school and the kids that are there. Right now, we're, in the United States, New Mexico is 50th in education. It's at the bottom. Tombaugh School is above average, has kindergarten through 5th or 6th grade. They have over 500 kids there. And from kindergarten to 5th or 6th grade, this is a foundation of their education, their foundation for opportunity and success in their lives. Mr. Garcia wants to make money. These kids are at the point of where their lives are being built a foundation. But with what Mr. Garcia is going to do is going to impact that success. And so what I see is one party is looking to make money. The other party is looking for an opportunity for success in life. And my vote would be for success in life and not change anything. There's also been, I don't know whether I should bring it up, but there's been a case built on this. It was built in U.S. District Court, 4th Circuit. It's case number 16-1732. It's against a corporation called Sienna versus the mayor and city council of Rockville, Maryland. And it was, the case was somebody building a storage unit too close to a school. And the school won. They told them not to build this school there because it was too much of the hazards that I presented. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, number 3. Oh, are you okay? Okay.
I'm Kathy Fuller.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know some of you up there, I appreciate you taking the time to hear this case. My notes are kind of all over the place, but I promise I won't take too long. Carver Road, if you're not familiar with it, originally is what we call the farm to market road. You know, it's just 2-lane. There's no shoulders, there's no sidewalks. When they built the school, the kids on our road were not allowed to walk to Tombaugh, even though it was like I could almost throw a stone there because it was just too dangerous. The other problem too is that right where we're talking about where the storage units are, there's about a 6-foot drop off where they want to have one of the entrances into the storage area. And I wasn't 100% clear if that's just for emergency vehicles or that would be the entrance and they'd come out the other way. But it would have to be built up tremendously to get any kind of large vehicle in there. So that's a big problem. The other thing, like I said, it's in a flood zone. I wouldn't want to store anything valuable in a storage unit in that area because it's gonna flood. It's not a good area. In answer to the question, Old River Road is a private road. My husband and I moved there in 1985. We now have several neighbors and we have a road maintenance agreement between us. It didn't show our section of the road at all in all of the pictures or our homes, but we're very close and there's a spur off Old River and there's or 5 homes on that. Only the first 2 were within, I guess, 100 feet. So the rest of us didn't get a letter, even though we're directly impacted because that's our private road and we maintain it. So that's another discussion for the rules of planning and zoning. But 2 of the neighbors, the first 2 closest to it, got notified, and the rest, three of us did not. So really not a good situation. Flood zone. Oh, septic tanks. I know they were trying to put a subdivision in to the west of us, and that was a big issue about septic tanks. I think there was a moratorium on septic tanks in the county. I think there's a special kind you can put in, but again, with the flooding, I don't know if they got to build that up, if that's required to get flood insurance, but that would be a big mess. I'm also concerned about crime. I'm not familiar with Mr. Garcia. I'm retired from the Sheriff's Department, put in 20 plus years. Things have changed a ton since I was in law enforcement, and I talked to people in it today. With fentanyl and the drugs, it's just unbelievable. And we've all seen the attention the city's got with the citizens and the business owners going to all of their meetings. It's just out of control. And storage units are asking for trouble. A lot of people like to cook meth and do other things in there besides storing stolen property. And I really don't care to see those kind of people be my neighbors. The signs, it's not Mr. Garcia's fault, but signs went up. We left our house one day, we saw some green signs, didn't have time to look, came back, they were already down with the winds and little stick signs and cardboard paper. They were gone in no time. So, and again, a lot of people didn't get notified. I mean, 100 feet is nothing for the impact that this is gonna have on you to not be notified. So when they talked about how many people filed a letter and only 12, and it makes it sound like people don't care. Well, you know, not a lot of people read the legal section of the newspaper, but believe me, the people that live in this area care. There's other land available, and then just to repeat one thing that was said, there's mobile RV storage just the other side of the school, and they have problems with crime all the time. They get broke into. I have friends that stored their RVs there, and they have moved them out of there. So we're just really opposed to this. The industrial classification on the south side of Carver, that has been there for a long, long period of time, way before the subdivision that's all around Tombaugh School. And again, all that came in since we purchased our land. So everyone on our road is opposed to it, even if they're not all here. So thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any others that have signed up? I think that was the last one. Wonderful. Please join us. Come on up. If you can state your name, sir.
Gerald Teufel.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you put the map up there, or that shows, you know, the property?
Yeah, give us 1 second. We'll get it up for you. This is which one, sir?
Yeah, can you just blow that up a little bit? I just want to show our property.
Oh, okay. And where are you at, sir?
Well, that's hard to see, but we're in the back right corner. It's lot, or number 14, whatever it is. That's the biggest lot, and we have the most area that'll be facing those buildings that we have to look at every day if we're out on our patio. And when we bought, excuse me, it was an existing home. When we bought that 8 years ago, this last July, we were told that nothing could ever be built there because it's a flood zone. That's why the pecan trees were there that they don't keep up. So we just love it, and we love our neighbors, but I'm sure I'm not the only one that says this. If that was there, we would have not bought that property, and I'm sure most of those people there wouldn't have either. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Commission, any other questions or any other follow-up questions?
I have a bunch of questions, but I don't know how to ask them or when.
Oh, okay. My.
Can I ask a question?
He's already sworn in. You
You're
can
already
ask a
sworn
question.
in, yeah. Who's your question directed towards, sir?
One of the other property owners gave him a letter that he wanted him to read.
We all have it, sir.
You do?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we haven't read it yet, but we do have the letters. We have 2 letters to read, and we're going to have the county manager read those. Yeah, I mean, we have one to read and the other. We have another one too.
We'll just get copies and we can review them in closed session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the questions I have is there's a couple things that were mentioned. I mean, I live close to there. It's right on the border of my district, because actually on the east side of Main Street is my district, District 3. And of course, I live right over in that area as well. If you go stand on Main Street and shoot a cannon, you can probably reach my house pretty easily, or a gun, because I'm about probably less than a mile from Main Street myself. And some of the things that I think about that you guys didn't bring up is you've got a railroad track that runs there 24/7, practically, like less than 2 blocks from your house. I mean, from the school, from this area. I would think that would also have a negative impact on the value of your property. And personally, I believe it would be more so than a storage unit, except for maybe the crime problem. But now didn't somebody said that I thought there was the other property there was an RV storage right there next to Main Street? Is that what that is? I heard on the east side of the school? Is that what somebody said? So we've already got an RV storage property there on the east side of the school. We've got commercial across from the school. I mean, your all's property, you've been there a while, and I know that whole neighborhood doesn't seem to be changing a whole lot yet, but it'd be nice if it did. I'm just confused as to what the viable points are here to make a good decision based on the conversation so far. I'd like to, has anybody else got any other thoughts that I'm missing? Because between the commercial or the industrial, and between the RV, and between the railroad track, and by the way, the flooding, you're absolutely right. That property is 6 foot, the land off of the road there is about 6 foot, and you have to get 6 foot shallow. And there's going to be a lot of flooding there if the property's not mitigated properly. I have a concern with that as well. If you're going to build something there, you almost have to bring in about 20,000 yards of material just to raise the land to the point where it won't flood. Because it was designed to flood because of the pecan trees. And you've also got the Elephant Butte Irrigation District running along the north side of it as well. That's used and has some flood lines coming in there. So even if whether we approve this or not, there's a lot that needs to be done to this property to make it even a viable property to do something with. So I'm confused as to where all this stuff stands, because it's just a tough decision, okay, for me. And that's just some things I'm observing. And I'd like to ask for Christine to explain some other things about the zoning. And Mr. Chair, that's all I've got to say right now. I have some questions for Ms. Ainsworth in a little bit.
Okay, Ms. Ainsworth? And we did also have another person sign up for public comment, so we'll give her a moment when you're wrapped up.
Ms. Ainsworth, am I correct that the industrial zoning across the road there, they could move in a pecan processing plant there? Am I right?
Yes, they're many heavy-intensity uses are permitted there in the industrial district.
I mean, it's just across the street right now.
That's correct.
And do we have any businesses occupying that? It looks like it's mostly farmland at the moment in the picture. Am I missing something?
I mean, it really does look like it's primarily agricultural and residential.
Over here on the south
Right.
side of
Right,
Carver?
right. I mean, even though it's zoned industrial, the uses there are not industrial in nature.
But it could happen easily. I mean,
It could, yes.
okay. Let me ask you this question. Could the industrial area, could you actually put a storage unit there?
Yes, it is permitted.
So it is already pretty much zoned for a storage unit?
That's correct.
All right, storage facility, okay. And then, is there any indication that anybody's applied for using the land differently right next to this land, the other farmland there?
No,
No action on that yet? Okay. And the school, and then the next property over is where the RV storage is, correct? Right along Main Street? That's to the right there, where you got your hand right now. That's kind of the storage unit for the RV park?
Correct. RV and boat storage.
Okay. That's all I've got as far as questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Amesworth, before we have another public comment, I was just going through the packet. Can you explain what? So there was something in here that says must satisfy the criteria for a zone change. That is a zone change that is not appropriate or reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. Can you explain that a little bit? Why? So when the county looks at a zone change, we look at whether it's in the interest of who, and can you explain that a little bit to me?
could you zoom back into the presentation so I can change the slides? Thank you.
Just an observation. I hear the train every night going by there at 2 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I'm, like I said, about a mile and a half. I can't imagine you guys don't hear it all the time, in your neighborhoods.
Okay, so are you looking at number 3 there on the?
Yes, I am. If you can just explain that a little bit more.
Okay, so there's several decisional criteria that you want to be able to satisfy. And so we look at, one of the first things that we look at is, are there changing conditions in that neighborhood that would warrant a change in zoning? That zoning has been there for quite some time. It's been static. And the area, that particular section that is zoned residential has remained agricultural or residential for quite a long time. And there hasn't been a change to commercial that goes further on Carver Road, where you see the delineation. I don't want to switch back to the map so we can keep this slide up, but we can go back to it in a minute. And also, we look at, is it reasonably necessary to protect the public interest? And so that can be interpreted many different ways, but is that change going to serve to protect the public, or is it going to serve the public? Is it going to be widely used by the public? And that's not something that we determined that this particular zone change would do. So when we're looking at it, and you're looking at I'll go back to the zoning map now. But you're looking at it here, and you really do see that there is a delineation with Carver Road and along the boundary of that school. And this area that's in yellow is a cohesive zoning district with boundaries that has remained either agricultural or residential. And there has not been any change there. And so changing to a commercial use really would not be serving the public interest in this case.
Okay, thank you for that clear line. I appreciate that. We do have public comment. Come on up. We'll wrap up with you.
Good afternoon now, Mr. Chair.
You can state your name for me.
Tanika Sosa Gonzalez, for the record.
Will you raise your right hand really quick?
Oh, yes, right hand.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for allowing me a little bit of grace time to get here from work. I was listening in the car, and I just had some questions about the property in general. For the last 18 years, I've had a child at Tombaugh Elementary, so I've been able to watch and use that road every day and see how it changes. And over time, I've seen, it's really neat to see middle schoolers transition to high schoolers and try to catch the bus off the side of the road where there is no shoulder or walkway. And I appreciate Mr. Garcia's service, and I appreciate that we have children at the same school. And I also, at the same time, can appreciate the fact that we have the #1 highest pedestrian deaths in the state of New Mexico. And recently, you guys had county held an MPO, and I was curious what, if any, and I know that it's not usual in nature to ask these questions, but these are questions that I have. What, if any, suggestions Mr. Garcia brought to that advisory council meeting to talk about how we could improve the safety of the road proactively? If that happened, as you know, speaking to altruism and being a good member of the community and unknowing public safety, if that occurred, I didn't come to that meeting, I don't know. And then I was curious about construction times. So in the event that you would pass this, there is no shoulder. So I'm concerned about when construction times would occur. There would probably be a brief window in the summer when there wouldn't be that heavy use twice a day where parents and children are there dropping off their kids. And then I was also curious about, Mr. Garcia had mentioned that he wanted to contribute to the community. And so I was wondering what, if any, organizations he had reached out to talk about using that space, or what the principal at the school thought. Are you going to be extending space to the school to use for storage? What, if any, discussions have been had with those community members? How long the time would be that, in the interest of forwarding the county and public movement, how long we would be willing to extend grace, and what that looks like for the community as well. So those are just my questions in general. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, sir. If you have any follow-up comments or answers for any of the questions today.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Once again, Paul Pompeo, Sauter Miller Associates for the record. If I could have my presentation back. Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. There's about 3 bullet points that I'd like to answer that were brought up in conversation.
Okay. William, if we can bring back his original presentation, please. Thank you, sir.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, prior to 2016, this property was in a flood zone, but with the updated FEMA maps in July of 2016, you can see below the property, flood zone X over flood zone A. X is properties that are subjected to 1 foot or lower by FEMA flood standard by calculation. The properties to the west of here are in flood zone A. This property was removed from that flood zone in 2016. We do note that it is a depression and it does have to be dealt with, but it's not in a FEMA designated flood zone. There was some discussion about Carver Road and being narrow. That is correct. You'll note that we have on our property that we're dedicating even additional right-of-way for our pro rata share of what that was required to be pursuant to the county, the region, Mesilla Valley MPO. So we are dedicating additional right-of-way. The gray areas that you'll note here are pavement. And I'm showing this to you, Mr. Chairman, this extends out to Old River Road. It is, if this were to proceed forward, we would be developing that section of roadway with pavement, asphalt pavement from the access end coming out to Carver Road, along with the second access point for emergency entrance. Once again, all paved and done by this development. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, you'll note that the properties or the location of the buildings, there's quite an elevation change between the properties here on Turtle Creek Road and ours. You can see the contour lines here. We're quite a bit away from that, thereby providing buffer opportunities for additional landscaping and separation from the neighborhood, the walls that are on top of that hillside, plus preservation of the hillside. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my answers to some of the questions that were raised. I believe Mr. Garcia wants to say a few words, and I would be happy to stand for any questions this commission may have.
Okay, just a really quick question. So I see that you're gonna start paving, or that your plans are to pave part of Old River Road from Carver in 130 feet, it looks like. Have you talked to the other landowners who also own this road to see if that's okay with them?
It's my I am not an attorney, Mr. Chairman, but it's my, as these properties were subdivided many, many years ago, and these public use easements were created, anybody that has beneficial use of those easements, if they so choose, can improve those, not to cause any encumbrance to any other property owner, but can improve them to make them more durable, more wearable, more subjected to rainfall or traffic loads.
Okay. Nelson, are we okay with that?
Mr. Chair, if they're public easements, everybody, public has the access to it, but nobody can do anything that would impair somebody else's access. But I don't think there's any prohibition on improving somebody's access.
Mr. Chair.
And how wide is Old River Road? Oh, it follows UDC, so it's county standard, correct?
No. It's done before UDC.
35 feet.
Which isn't even county standard for a roadway?
In county
Correct.
standards, 40 feet.
The absolute minimum, Mr. Chairman, would be 40 feet. However,
So it's
we
not
have
even-
property adjacent. We're the adjacent property owner. So that gives us the ability to dedicate or create additional, whatever's required in the design standards by development of this property. We would have to obviously adhere to that if this were to be approved and we were to go forward with development of the property.
So your plans would be to widen that road through your easement and through your property to make it the 40-foot minimum standard?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or yes, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
And then I see that you have an entrance off of Carver Road. I thought that only entrance was through Old River Road.
This entrance here, in coming forward to bring this zoning forward, we met with the county engineering department and fire as far as what an appropriate access would be. They required a secondary emergency access. However, county engineering did not want free traffic movements directly from this property out to Carver Road, because basically Old River Road and that entrance would be too close together. So we agreed to an emergency gated access for emergency vehicles directly to Carver, but the commercial use access would be off Old River Road.
Okay. And then I do see the proposed sidewalk through your property, so is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So
Once again, Mr. Chairman, we are good. We want to be good stewards in the community. We want to do our pro rata share. I think we all need to realize that that comes along with other people have to do their pro rata share, but we are fully committed to doing ours.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds, you had questions?
Yeah, what is flood zone X?
Those are areas deemed to be 1 foot, inundated by up to 1 foot of water in a 100-year storm.
Okay, and we've had a 500-year flood rain in La Union just recently. So 1 foot of water. So you're still in a flood zone, just not flood zone A, I think it is. What's flood zone A?
Flood zone A
That's
is
6 feet.
flood depths over 1 foot of depth, but not determined.
Okay, so you are still in a flood zone because the line goes across the road and up along your property there.
The area is in a flood. I was merely making the distinction that it's not in a FEMA designated flood zone, but however, we do need to, on final site development and grading of the property, do have to take that into account. There are ponding areas on both ends of this property, along with open space that we've left along Old River Road in these areas to allow for shallow conveyances, but not inundation into the building
Well,
pads.
I think that according to our standards in the county, you'd have to do one of two things. You'd have to raise the property or create a retention pond for the property. I know that's going to be required. So you can't, do you have a retention pond area? Is that what that is there?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds. This area here is designated along with this area is here. You'll notice We didn't push out and try to consume all this property with building or impervious area. We left a lot of impervious area along Old River Road, and there's another small detention area up here in this corner.
Okay. All right. So our flood consideration is still in play?
Yeah.
Something has to be done there. Okay,
Yeah, absolutely. The site has to be designed properly.
thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Any other questions? Mr. Garcia, if you would like to address us one last time before we go into closed session.
I won't take too much time. I did take some notes and wrote them down about some of the concerns some of the community members had. And I think the biggest one that kind of, I guess, stood out to me was the charitable aspects. Something that I know, and I'm sure you all have dealt with, is getting your grandkids or kids coming home asking, hey, do you want to buy a lottery box or do you want to buy some candy? This has been brought up to me by my own child, who let me know that at recess time, because they have so much stuff in the auditoriums, that they have to go outside. Something that I would like to do, especially with the school so close by, is to offer storage for things that are cluttering up the area, so they can allow the kids to be in the auditoriums and play inside instead of being out in the heat. That's just one thing that just kind of brought to my attention that I kind of wanted to address. That's going to be it.
I have a question for him. So are you planning to develop this yourself, or you have somebody else that you're planning to have to actually build the units?
Yes. Actually, the company that's going to be coming in is Sotomayor Miller.
I'm sorry?
Oh, Sotomayor Miller, the associates.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Commissioners, anything else?
Chair, I'd
Yes?
like to make a motion that we go into closed session in order to discuss this item.
Okay, we have a motion and I'll second it. Brandy, if you can roll call us to go into closed session to discuss this.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, we're in closed session. We'll be out shortly.
And thank you all for your time and patience.
Oh, I can't wait to go outside. The time is 12:41. Do we have a motion to go back into open session?
So moved.
We don't need a motion to go back in open session, but we need a motion that says basically nothing was discussed in closed session that we didn't state before we went in.
We don't need a motion to go into open session after a closed session?
No, we don't need a motion to come back into session. What we do need is Commissioner Reynolds stated,
Okay.
a statement that nothing was discussed in closed session other than what was in the motion to go into closed session.
Yeah, let the record state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chair.
And we're back at 12:42.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an motion.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to make a motion that an appeal of Planning and Zoning Commission decision to deny a zone change on a 4.57 acre parcel in order to allow 125 mini storage units located at 4010 Old River Road be approved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Vice Chair Murillo. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No, and the reason I'm voting no is because I don't believe the zone change request for CD2 satisfies New Mexico State's state annotated 350-203D. The decision criteria for a zone change, and that zone change is not appropriate and not reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. There is not a sufficient change in conditions and is not intended to cover and perfect a previous defective ordinance or to correct mistakes or injustices therein. So no.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that's actually under the county code section 350-203D, which is the UDC, not state statutes annotated.
Thank you. Under the county code. Thank you for the correction, Mr. Gooden.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
No. And the reason being is that the zone change to a C2 zoning district would be considered spot zoning. The proposed zone change to C2 is not in harmony with surrounding residential and agricultural areas of the subject property. The property size is 4.57 acres, and there will not be a benefit to the community by allowing a 125 storage unit facility for the benefit of the property owner. I vote no. The motion does fail. Okay, moving on, we do have commission input follow-up. If any commissioners would like to add any additional follow-up today. Seeing none. Correspondence, Brandy?
We have two, Stephen Perez versus Doña County and Gabriel Rodriguez versus Doña County.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we do have a closed session on the books, and I would like to move that the board convenes in closed session pursuant to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending litigation and provisional government of Santa Teresa, et al. Versus City of Sunland Park, case number D307CV 2016-02087, and related to potential or threatening litigation regarding a county vendor, as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 1015-1 H5 and H7. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Brandy, can I get a roll call vote on going into closed session today?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, and we're in closed session. Back.
Let the record show that nothing was discussed in closed session except was what was approved in the resolution to go to closed session.
Motion, but
Or
yeah.
motion, sorry, thank you.
Okay, the time is currently 1:06 and we're going to call this meeting adjourned. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you.